Honorable? Yeah, good. So, 903. Yeah. What do you say, boss? Think I should start?
I think so. I don't think we have a whole lot of people waiting.
Yeah.
I don't know where Dr. Sun is.
Dr. Sun?
Yeah. Alan Embry and Blake Eckstein.
Right. Okay, good morning. Thanks to all of you for joining us today in this beautiful building. Thanks to the Council on Foreign Relations for hosting us. This is a meeting of the Blue Ribbon Study Panel on Biodefense, the first time we have come to Manhattan, and it's good to be here. And for those of us who now live here, it was a much easier trip. So we're glad to be here. We are just a brief word of introduction about the panel. We are a panel that was formed 5 years ago this November. It's a small group and totally bipartisan, 6 members. I'm privileged to be co-chair with Governor Tom Ridge, who was the first Secretary of Homeland Security, and 2 of the other members of the commission, Congressman Jim Greenwood and the Honorable. He's the only Honorable here on the podium. The rest of us just have titles. Honorable Ken Weinstein, who has been in law enforcement and was the Homeland Security Advisor during the Bush administration. Also on the panel who could not be here, Governor Ridge unfortunately could not be here. Senator Tom Daschle, who was my colleague and majority leader. Also, as you may remember, his office was a target of the anthrax attacks in 9/11. And Lisa Monaco. Donna Shalala was one of our original members, served with us, I guess, for about 4 years, and then she went and did this crazy thing, ran for Congress, and got elected. So she left the commission. Lisa Monaco, who had been Homeland Security Advisor and a lot more in the Obama administration, has joined us. We also have ex officio members, which means they really know what they're talking about. And 3 of them are here today. Colonel Jerry Parker from Texas A&M, Dr. Billy Koresh from the EcoHealth Alliance here in New York, also had a shorter trip than normal to get here, and Rachel Levinson, who comes from Arizona State University. And the leader of all this is Dr. Usha George, who's our executive director. Our group is housed at the Hudson Institute in Washington, a think tank there. And we're grateful to all of those whose support has enabled us to do what we've done for the last 5 years, including particularly the Open Philanthropy Project, which is a foundation headquartered in California, which is by far our largest supporter. And we thank all of you for being here, particularly those who will testify. Our group began because of our shared concerns about the ability of our nation to defend against the full range of biological threats, from bioterrorism, from biological warfare, from accidents involving contagious organisms, and from pathogens that occur naturally and spread throughout the world, causing an enormous number of deaths and serious illnesses. And I'm thinking of pathogens like Ebola, names you'll recognize, Zika, and of course influenza, both seasonal and particularly pandemic. We have investigated it and examined the bio threat in various ways for the past 5 years, and unfortunately remain troubled and convinced that our country is unprepared to deal with a large-scale biological event that would affect our national security, our way of life, and the lives of too many of our citizens. As Governor Ridge is fond of saying, our study panel does more than study. We also work to strengthen our biodefenses based on our findings. In 2015, we issued our first report called A National Blueprint for Biodefense, and have worked hard since then to see our recommendations enacted by Congress and the administration and taken up by all levels of the government and the private sector. I'm really happy, proud to report that so far the government has acted on 27 of our action items that we recommended in our blueprint, and 3 more we included in other reports. I particularly want to thank Congress and people in the Obama administration for taking up our third and really foundational recommendation that we needed a national biodefense strategy. It started during the Obama administration, reached fruition. The process last fall when President Trump actually issued a national biodefense strategy, which reflected a lot of the work that this panel had done. Again, I also want to thank Congress and the President for enacting the Pandemic and All Hazards Preparedness and Advancing Innovation Act last month, which also enacted many of our blueprints recommendations. All of this obviously is encouraging, but we know enough about the subject now to know that there's still an enormous amount to be done. And that brings us here this morning. America has a long and proud history of working collaboratively to solve big challenges and protect our people. Not always, but a lot of the time. Not enough recently in Washington, but some of the time. The original Manhattan Project, as you know, was such a collaborative national project. It was a massive research and development program that brought the public and private sectors together, in that case, in wartime to defend our nation. It was called the Manhattan Project, incidentally, and this I just learned, because it began just a short subway ride north of where we are now. It included military and federal agencies, academia, and industry, government contracts, and what ultimately became our national laboratories. 80 years later, now, we believe we need a similar national project, a Manhattan Project, to defend against a different kind of threat, the biological threat, which, while it does not represent a military conflict as we know it, threatens the lives of an astounding number of people in America and throughout the world. We have an opportunity to take these threats, we think, off the table for good by using an approach similar to the one that was used so effectively with the original Manhattan Project in the 1940s. And that's what we're going to focus on considering today. I believe that the first goal of such a Manhattan Project should be to develop a universal influenza vaccine. And I say that because of the reality of the influenza threat, the potential for an enormously larger threat, and the lives that are being lost right now as a result of it. I go back to 1918, 101 years ago, when, as most people know, there was a terrible global pandemic of what was then called Spanish influenza. The estimates are, and the records are not as exact as they could be, but about 500 million people worldwide became ill with that flu. And probably at least 50 million people died as a result of the flu. My colleagues maybe have heard me say this before. That included my grandmother, my father's mother, who he really never knew because he was just 2 or 3. And of course, I never knew her. But that kind of loss spread throughout a lot of families. The numbers back to the Spanish flu mean that about 1/3 of the world's population at the time became sick with this disease, and about 10% of those who were sick died. It's really astounding. And when you think about the fact that we are today, a century later, traveling so much more, and there's so many other ways for a contagious disease to be carried around the world quickly, it should make us want to stand up and do something to prepare for what most of the experts say is probably inevitable. Dr. Anthony Fauci, who's the director, as you know, of NIAID at NIH, said recently, seasonal influenza is a perpetual public health challenge, and we continually face the possibility of an influenza pandemic. I'll give you some numbers that are, to me, startling, and probably to most people. If you focus on them a moment, the Center for Disease Control tells us that every year about 36,000 Americans die from seasonal flu, and about 200,000 are hospitalized. Globally, about 650,000 people die a year from influenza. Just compare that to the other tragedies that are occurring, including war, and see the scope of the impact. The harsh reality, and I know we'll talk about it, so I'll just say it briefly, is that the vaccines that we have to deal with, even the seasonal flu, are simply not very effective. Ineffective to a point that would probably startle and unsettle most of the people who go out to get the shots every year. Despite the amazing advances that have occurred in our time in bioscience and biotechnology, for vaccines for flu, we're still dependent on old-fashioned egg-based methods of production. And again, some of the CDC numbers on this over the past 5 years, effectiveness of the vaccines, that is the extent to which they help people get better or not get the vaccine, really, range from a high of 50% high, to a dismal low of 18% in 1 year. According to the Sabin Vaccine Institute, just to measure the damages caused by this, as we think about recommending increases in spending to deal with the problem, the threat, each year influenza, according to Sabin, costs the U.S. more than $10 billion in direct medical costs and more than $87 billion in total economic costs. And that's just for seasonal influenza, not for the far more devastating pandemic influenza like the one that occurred in 1918. So these are the statistics that have convinced me that this ought to be a priority. I must say that when I started on this work, because I'd worked as chair of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security, and I thought about the bio threat, I was really focused on bioterrorism. And it continues to be a threat. But as I've gone through these last 5 years with my colleagues on this panel, I've really been struck by how much greater the impact of naturally occurring biothreats are, and how urgent it is that we do something about it. A universal flu vaccine is not a new idea, and that's part of the reason I think why we think we need a Manhattan Project to deal with it. People have been talking about it, by my understanding, for about 20 years, but we still don't have it. The government, through NIAID, NIH, DARPA, DOD, academia, and industry, have all been working to develop a vaccine. And there actually is some quite encouraging work going on now, but it seems to me that all that work could benefit greatly from two things that a two results that a Manhattan Project could bring. One is additional funding, and the other is coordination of the effort. So I can't think of a better place to launch a national campaign to create a Manhattan Project for biodefense than right here in Manhattan. I'm not going to sing the Frank Sinatra song, but you get the point. We have excellent witnesses to help us with this launch, as well as, of course, to describe work on other bio threats. One of the witnesses is Bob Kadlec, who's now the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response at the Department of Health and HHS. And I particularly want to thank Bob because he's substituting a little bit late for Dr. Rick Bright, the director of BARDA, who could not be here for personal reasons. But Bob is really the godfather of this panel. I mean, he's the one who conceived of it, asked us if we wanted to be part of it, and then helped us to get funding to make it possible. Anyway, that's our agenda for today, and I'd like to call on my two fellow panel members, ask them if they want to make some introductory remarks. First, former Congressman Jim Greenwood, who's been the CEO at Biotech Association for about 14 years.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's gratifying to see so many folks who come and show interest in this issue. The things we're talking about here, whether it's a global pandemic or a significant bioterror event, are often categorized as high-impact, low-frequency events. The reality, though, is that, number one, in the case of pandemic, the frequency, the likelihood of it happening is increasing, as Senator Lieberman mentioned, in large part because of the mobility of people globally. At the same time, the potential impact of a bioterror event is increasing as the science progresses, and the likelihood of it happening is also increasing because of the growth of so many terrorist organizations who remain intent on murdering as many people who don't share their radical beliefs as they possibly can. So I think it's important to note that the probability of one of these events happening, or both of these events happening, is actually 1/1. And Joe referred to this. The science, the experts say it's not a question of whether these events are going to occur. It's a question of when they're going to occur. And so really the driving issue is how prepared are we going to be for that inevitable eventuality. The fact that they are considered low frequency, though, affects the way they're viewed by the governmental agencies and the elected officials. And I can say, having served in 24 years as in elective office, it is understandable that elected members of Congress, for instance, have, with thousands of issues on their plates, with history changing minute by minute, hour by hour, it's very difficult frequently for them to focus on something that requires a ton of advanced planning and creation of resources. And so that's a big part of our challenge, is to get members of Congress and others in the administration to recognize that this is an inevitability for which that we must be prepared on behalf of our population. So the idea of the Manhattan Project, about which we're going to discuss today, is really not only a very good idea on its own merits in terms of the most efficient way to confront these issues, but it's also, we hope, a way to grab the attention of the public and of the elected officials, so that they will, in fact, take the time to they don't really have to do a lot of work. They really just have to follow the recommendations that this panel has already put forward and will put forward in the future. So I come at this not only with the past in government, but also representing a host of companies that are in the space of making vaccines and also making countermeasures against bioterror. And it's been a great opportunity for us as an organization, a biotechnology innovation organization, to bring our resources and our talent that lies in our companies to confront these issues as well.
Thank you, Jim. Ken.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Good to see you. I'm just going to be brief. I want to pick up on the Manhattan Project aspect of today's session, and commend my colleagues who came up with that idea, not only because this is taking place in Manhattan, but the notion of what the Manhattan Project was. And that happens to be sort of front of mind for me, because I was telling my colleagues here just last week, my family and I went to Los Alamos out in New Mexico, which was sort of where the Manhattan Project more or less came to fruition. And it was fascinating. One of the things that I took away from it, and I think my kids did to the extent they weren't, playing on their phones instead of looking at the museum exhibits, one of the things that took away is how successful the people of the Manhattan Project were in sort of bridging cultural, professional divides between them. And one of the things that was focused on is the relationship between the military general who ran the show and Oppenheimer, the scientist, the academic, and how they came from very different places, very different mindsets and different cultures, but they were able to merge those cultures and not only individually, but among their cadre of people from those two cultures, and create this unbelievable effort that produced, the atomic bomb. Anyway, that's the takeaway from the museum, and so I thought this was particularly appropriate to be talking today about the need for a Manhattan Project. And this has been a theme. If you go back to our original report from whatever it was 4 years ago, our first and second and third, I guess, recommendations are all about the need for coordination and bringing all the disparate actors who need to be at the table when it comes to biodefense, public health, the military, law enforcement, intelligence community, all different levels of government, state, local, and federal, and international partners. The need to get that coordination, and only if we have that coordination are we going to be able to actually, provide the biodefense that our country needs. And so I think just looking at today's lineup of witnesses, we have people who represent sort of all the different, many different players in this effort. And I think today is a good jumping off point for what I think it should be the ultimate objective here, which is trying to bring everybody together, focus on the need for biodefense, and kickstart the effort. So thanks for being here, and I look forward to our presentations.
Thanks to you both. Both really excellent opening statements. So let me now call to the table the first panel, Dr. Alan Embry, Biological Technologies Office at DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, and Dr. Ren Sun, Distinguished Professor, Molecular and Medical Pharmacology and Bioengineering, Associate Dean for Postdoctoral Affairs, David Geffen School of Business. That's probably as close as we're coming to show business today. Associate Vice Provost at the University of California, Los Angeles. 3 doctors. I'm a humble doctor of jurisprudence, so I sit before you with humility. Thank you all for being here, and we'll go right to it. Dr. Embry, with an opening statement.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here to discuss the NIH's efforts to advance the development of a universal influenza vaccine. In the next few minutes, I'll provide a brief overview of the compelling need for a universal influenza vaccine, which Senator Lieberman has done a very effective job already for me. The pathway forward, and finally touch on a few of the challenges with achieving a truly universal vaccine. So as Senator Lieberman explained, seasonal outbreaks occur each year. Seasonal influenza causes an average of about 36,000 cases per year, but in some years, as we saw in the 2017-18 season, it can be much worse. In that year, there were about 49 million cases in the United States, which resulted in about 79,000 deaths, which, of course, these numbers are much higher globally. And although seasonal vaccines are safe and they're our best tool for preventing influenza disease, as you said, it's clear they're not effective. In the past 5 years, the vaccine effectiveness has been under 40%, and in some years, much lower. There are several factors that contribute to this limited efficacy, but one of the most important, of course, is the virus itself. Each year, as the influenza virus circulates the world, they acquire minor but significant changes in the HA protein on the outer part of the virus, which is also the main target of the current vaccines. And at any given time, there are many different influenza viruses circulating throughout the world. And as you're aware, current influenza virus vaccines are formulated annually to protect against viral strains that are predicted to predominate in the upcoming season. And because these decisions need to be made in advance of an upcoming season, There are years when the vaccine and the influenza strain that ultimately predominates is a mismatch. This was the case in the 2014-15 season when the effectiveness of the vaccine was estimated to be as low as 19%. As you also alluded to, in addition to the seasonal influenza epidemics, there's a constant threat of a pandemic influenza caused by a virus that is dramatically different from those that have circulated previously and to which humans are likely to have poor immunity against. In just over the past 100 years, 4 pandemics have resulted from the emergence of a novel influenza virus, the most notable, of course, being the 1918 pandemic. Additionally, in the past few decades, animal influenza viruses with pandemic potential, such as the H5N1 virus and the H7N9 viruses, have caused sporadic human infections and deaths, both notably having very high mortality rates. At least 2 major challenges exist for preventing these devastating pandemics. First, it's difficult to predict which virus may emerge to cause a pandemic. And second, when a novel virus unexpectedly enters the human population, the virus is capable of outpacing the time it takes to manufacture a vaccine using currently available technologies. So although there have been significant advances in recent years, we're still inadequately prepared for the appearance of a virus like that of the 1918 pandemic. So to limit the public health consequences of both seasonal and pandemic influenza, vaccines that are more broadly and durably protective are urgently needed. Recognizing the need, in 2017, NIAID convened a meeting of 150 expert scientists from academia, industry, and government to identify the knowledge gaps in the pathway to a universal influenza vaccine and map out the steps required to address these gaps. Following that meeting in 2018, NIAID developed and published a strategic plan to serve as the foundation for its future investments in support of a universal influenza vaccine. We envision that a transformative effort will be required to realize a truly universal vaccine. And with the help of recent support from Congress, which NIAID is very grateful for, we are working to implement key areas of the strategic plan as efficiently as possible. Of note, in the past year, NIAID has launched a large initiative to establish a multidisciplinary collaboratory centers to develop and test innovative universal influenza vaccine approaches. We've established large cohort studies to understand how our earliest exposures to influenza shape subsequent immunity throughout our lifetime. We've advanced several novel vaccine approaches into clinical trials. And additionally, we're also engaging heavily with other arms of the government, private sector, and philanthropic organizations to coordinate our efforts with the goal of supporting the high-quality, innovative science required to develop broadly protective and durable influenza vaccines. While we are optimistic about the potential for developing a universal influenza vaccine, it's important to be clear that the challenges are daunting. We expect that progress may be incremental and that a significant and sustained effort will be required to reach the finish line. In addition to the ever-changing nature of the virus, one of the most formidable challenges is that we still have a relatively poor understanding of the immune responses required to protect people against influenza, which is why a significant part of our strategic plan emphasizes the fundamental understanding of the biology required to inform vaccine development. Given the inherent challenges associated with developing a universal vaccine, together with the certainty of the existing seasonal vaccine, which is known to be safe and moderately effective, there may be a limited appetite for the private sector to commit sustained resources required to advance disruptive technologies through the full clinical development pathway. This likely means that advancing innovative universal influenza vaccine candidates through the clinical development pipeline will rely heavily on support from the government or other philanthropic organizations. So as I mentioned, NIAID is currently supporting a variety of novel candidates, both in the early discovery phase and in clinical trials, with the goal of providing robust and durable protection against influenza in all age groups. Additionally, we will continue to support fundamental research to understand the immune responses required to achieve a universal vaccine and continue to provide resources to help innovative vaccine developers accelerate their candidates into the clinic. The pathway to reaching a universal vaccine is likely not a short-term endeavor, but we are confident that it can be achieved with determination and persistence. Thank you.
Thanks. That was a great beginning. Thanks, Dr. Embry. We have a lot of questions for you. Dr. Beckstein.
Yes, sir. Thank you also for allowing us to be here, and I really commend you for being so passionate about this subject. I also am very passionate about this subject, so it's a
Dr.
great
Bechstein,
honor.
can you move your microphone closer to you?
Closer, sure.
Thank you.
So I think we've covered sort of the need for this very well. And as the guy from DARPA, I think it might be useful for me to explain why DARPA is interested in this area of research and why we have put a significant investment in this space. DARPA, as you know, was founded in 1958 in response to Sputnik going up and bringing about some concern about strategic surprise. And through the years, there was quite a bit of engineering, some great accomplishments within the agency. And over the last 10, 15 years, there was quite a bit of investment that's gone into the biological sciences. So BTO, the office that I'm currently in, was founded in 2014 to take advantage of some of the research that had been done previously. One of the core tenets of BTO has been pandemic preparedness. And in response to this, there were several programs that have been set up to look at early innovation research that could contribute to our national preparedness. Those programs centered on several different, what we call shots on goal. We want to take different strategies that step outside of that traditional vaccine pipeline that you mentioned. Look at the drawbacks from the current system, identify where technology can come forward and solve those problems. One of the main areas that we've put significant investment in has been in the DNA, RNA vaccine strategy. So traditional vaccines actually utilize the proteins, but before proteins are produced, DNA and RNA are involved in the process. And so the idea of the original program, which was called ADEPT, was to trigger the immune system, the human, to actually produce those proteins, those antibodies that would protect against these pathogens. So you sort of short circuit the problem and allow vaccines to be deployed more efficiently, effectively, and at a faster rate. As we've moved on and shown some proof of concept that DNA and RNA vaccines actually do work and may be a fantastic strategy, we're starting to look at how do we move from there to scale up and get to the point where we could actually produce these vaccines and get them to a point where we can actually deploy them and make them a usable tool in our toolbox. And so that led to two other programs, and the most recent is called P3, and this program is focused on making sure that we could actually recognize and respond to these pandemic events within 60 days. And so one of the big bottlenecks that we have here is our ability to actually produce the number of vaccine doses that would allow us to respond effectively and efficiently. And so we want to hit on those numbers that you mentioned earlier, 18%, and those limited effective strategies. In addition to the DNA and RNA viral strategies, antiviral strategies, we also have been looking at some additional ways that we could use technology to affect this, this problem. One of the programs that I wanted to mention was also Intercept, and this is a program where we're actually using therapeutic interfering particles. So this is a strategy that actually allows the countermeasure to evolve with the virus that we're targeting. So one of the problems that will probably will come up quite a bit is the evolution of these viruses and the adaptation that allows them to sidestep the strategies that we use to fight them. But within the Intercept program, using TIPS, this is an early innovation that may allow us to step that up. And then the final program that I wanted to mention was one called Blue Angel that actually dates back to 2009, so 10 years ago. And this was a program where we were looking at how do we produce the adequate number of doses to be capable of getting distribution that would fit with our needs. And within this program, we were going to use plants to produce these vaccines. And this is a program that had some successes, but scaling and also the machinery within the plant to be able to properly fold proteins and glycosylate has been a little bit of a limitation. And there are some technical challenges that we still have to make this a usable strategy. However, I do think that compared to other production strategies, this still has a place in our global response. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We're being educated. Dr. Sun.
Right. So thank you for inviting me to discuss our progress towards universal vaccine and its relevance to biodefense in general. And also thank you, Dr. Lieberman and Senator Lieberman and Dr. Embry for great introduction why we need a universal vaccine. And Dr. Brestin has introduced different variety of approach has been taken to address this issue. So I will concentrate on one approach that we have been taking over the last 10 years to address the issue that Dr. Brestin mentioned. Virus has evolved strategy to sidestep the immune defense mechanism. How can we block that? So there are arm race between the virus and the host, and the virus has evolved multiple mechanisms to evade the host immune response when the host, us, have multiple ways to defend the virus. And among the multiple layer of defense mechanism in the host, interferon is a critical component that controls the virus replication in the initial phase and also coordinate the immune response at the late phase, establish immune memories. And because of the importance of interferon in the defense mechanism, virus has evolved many ways to silence or suppress the interferon pathways. So if we can disarm the virus to remove those capacity of the virus to suppress interferon, then the interferon function properly in the host can mount more effective immune response against the virus. That's a strategy we have been taking to disarm the virus, and so the host can be a step ahead of it. So to take this approach, the challenge is to find out what are those strategy virus has gained over the evolution to sidestep the host immune response. And to address this issue, we developed a quantitative genomic platform, and that we generate a large pool of mutants. We basically mutate every amino acid of the virus genome, and to determine which amino acid is important for the virus to sidestep the immune defense mechanism. And then we inactivate those functions, and the virus become much more recognizable by the host and allows the host immune system much more efficiently than the wild-type virus. So for the first time, actually, we engineered a virus that's more immunogenic than wild-type virus. So that became a very effective vaccine to address many of the issues and my co-panelist has just mentioned. So we, with influenza virus, and we have identified 8 locations, and when we mutate them, each of them activates the immune system much more effectively than the wild type. We combine them together, generate a virus that produce 50 times more interferon response than the wild type virus. And then the virus is very immunogenic, and it's so immunogenic it cannot replicate, but it induces very robust immune response in general. And also the immune response is very broad, can neutralize the virus that's very, very distant. We tried the virus that's as far as possible among the influenza virus A families and still have protections. So our data has shown that in the animal, we tested 2 animal species, mice and ferrets. Ferrets are gold model for influenza pathogenesis and immune response. And we just need a very small dose of infection to generate immune response as a full-blown virus infection and have protection against the homologous and heterologous strains. And the virus we engineered mimic the natural virus infection. We can inoculate the animal out in the future, human with nasal drop or nasal spread. So eliminate the need for needle injection. Because it can be self-administered, so the uptake rate of the vaccine potentially can be much higher than needle injection. And also because the nasal delivery mimics the natural infection process. So it can generate better mucosal protection than the injection into the subcutaneous muscle injection. So probably have a better mucosal immune response. So we are very optimistic that this approach has been very effective in the animal models so far we have tested. So now let me take one step back and what's the general relevance to biodefense. And so we established a platform technology, and the first virus we tested is the influenza. It works well in the animal model. And the vaccine has many properties that's good for future development. And when we developed a vaccine, we paid a lot of attention to enable the virus production very efficiently in manufacture process. So the virus we engineered extremely incapable of replicating in normal hosts. And even in skin mice, which has no T cell, B cell, virus cannot replicate. But the virus can replicate and produce to high quantity in cell that has no interferon production. So the production will not be a problem. And the dose needed for vaccination is very, very small, several logs smaller than current vaccine. So the production and the large speed of distribution will not be a problem. And the second is we believe this approach is broadly applicable to vaccines against other pathogens. We have taken similar approach to engineer herpes virus, and we have engineered herpes virus generate similar result in mice, and we also in the process of making similar approach with Zika virus and HCV. So this approach is applicable for many viruses in general, and also we believe it can be used for bacteria as well. And I'm not going to the detail about how to do it in the bacteria. And this approach also can be used for defined drug resistance mutations. Drug resistance is another issue in biodefense, and we can comprehensively define the fitness and drug resistance of viral mutations in comprehensive genome-wide fashion, which will enable the prediction of emerging cell drug resistant mutations, which will help to limit the spreading of drug resistant mutants. So I hope I have presented information that we develop a platform technology that can potentially used for Manhattan Project of biodefense. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Doctor. Thanks for your work, really. I gather that that you played a leading role in developing the nasal spray as a manner of delivering the vaccine, and I thank you for that. I'm curious, really, as the start, to ask you, as we think about how to how we might advocate that there be more support for development of a universal flu vaccine. If I may, how your work is financed now? Is it from federal government grants, from university budget? Are there private sector partners or foundation partners? How are you enabled to do what you've been doing?
All right. So this is a frustrating process.
Yeah.
We started this effort 10 years ago, and we got feasibility data in the year of 12, and we published first paper in the 13th and the 14th, and every year we publish papers on this topic. We openly disseminated this method. But this method is very complicated and a challenge, and only very, very few people can do it. And also it cannot be accepted by colleagues in the field that easily. So we have not been able to obtain NIH funding until now. And I just learned from Dr. Embry, he is in the process of giving us the award. I'm independent of this panel. And
let that be clear.
Well, you know, if we were still in Congress, we would take credit for that. But now that we're out, we give credit where it's due.
So actually, indeed, it was should credit to the panel and also credit to the the strategy, NIAID strategy for universal vaccine. Without that strategic announcement of the strategy, I think it probably still cannot get funded. But it's a very unique approach, and nobody else taking it. And so it's different from the approach that has been presented traditionally. So far, it has been funded by a seed grant. UCLA established an innovation fund to support the project that has potential translation significance.
Right.
So have been funded by university and a few $100,000. And now NIH is going to pick up the funding and provide a few $100,000 per year. That will enable us to move forward with the laboratory test. But that's still not significant enough to move into preclinical tests and the clinical trial. And so that's another frustration is after the paper was published last year on the universal vaccine, and I got a calls from many VCs, and we had a wonderful 1-hour discussion, and then they go back to calculate the numbers, and they all turn it down because the investment period time and our amount of investment for vaccine development is significantly higher than developing other drugs. And the global market for influenza vaccine, with all the big manufacturing and pharmaceutical company involvement, is $3 billion total. But one single anti-cancer drug usually can sell for $3 billion. And then the amount of investment, amount of clinical tests need to be done for anti-cancer immunotherapy is 50 to 100 patients. But for vaccine tests, I needed 10,000 or 50,000 volunteers. So this is another frustration that I think that's the whole purpose of this discussion is how to coordinate and have the co-investment from the government, the private sector, and to push this thing forward. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Embry, let me ask you about this question of resources. Obviously, in my 24 years in the Senate, but also just in life, I've never talked to anybody who, if you asked, do you need more money to do what you're doing, they would always say yes, of course. So, and of course, our foundational starting feeling is that this, what we take to be an urgent need for a universal flu vaccine, could use more financial support, obviously, assuming it's well spent. So, and with the goal of finding an effective vaccine more quickly. Is that logical?
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. We are very grateful for the support that we have, but as I mentioned, this really is a difficult challenge, but it's an urgent challenge. I mean, both for seasonal and the potential for pandemics. So with the size of the task at hand and the amount of research that needs to be done, not only for understanding the fundamental biology of the virus in our immune system, but also to be able to enable very innovative approaches and be able to support the development of vaccine approaches through the early preclinical stages into phase 1 clinical trials, and then continue that through the clinical pipeline, I think will take some significant resources. And as I mentioned, it's as yet unclear what the risk tolerance is for industry to be advancing these kinds of products. So we need to better understand that, but I think it will definitely take a sustained effort.
So the three of you are really doing and overseeing very important and encouraging work. Do you coordinate with one another?
Well, certainly from the government perspective, NIAID works closely with BARDA. We have very frequent meetings. We talk about the products that we have in the early phases to potentially hand them off to BARDA. We have had some recent collaborations with DARPA as well that are still early but ongoing. So yes, as well as other arms of the government, DOD and the CDC. Right. So yeah, actually, we try very hard to work together.
Okay, so that's one of the questions obviously we're asking ourselves and in turn to ask members of Congress and the administration to think about whether there needs to be some coordinating authority of all the efforts going on, both in government, academia, and in the private sector. Dr. Beckstein, what do you think about that?
Oh, I think that's a fantastic idea. I think what you have here sort of represents different parts of the puzzle that come together to develop a strategy. And I think a lot of what happens within the funding pipeline and the research pipeline comes down to risk tolerance. So at DARPA, we're very secure in what we do. We are early innovation, and we are very risk tolerant. We're not afraid to fail. Other agencies have a much more defined mission to make sure that they do not fail and they move things through the process. What Dr. Sun was mentioning about local funding within his university system actually allows a lot of this early innovation, but those pots of money are usually quite small. So I think some of the funding that comes from those types of programs align very well with some of the things that we do at DARPA, which is look at these early innovation strategies. We want to test the waters, see if there's something there, show proof of concept, and then move that to other agencies if we see success and we see a good strategy. I do think that there is a fair amount of coordination that occurs. BARDA was mentioned. I know Colonel Matt Hepburn, who is running many of the programs I mentioned earlier, would spend quite a bit of his day actually coordinating these activities and talking to partners at different agencies. And so I think there's a fine line that comes in between that coordination and oversight, and then our different agencies being capable of operating independently so we do what we do best. We want to pipeline these strategies, but we also don't want to be afraid to fail. And so we have to make sure that we maintain some of that independence within agencies to do what we do, but at the same time be very thoughtful about how it moves through that pipeline.
Just one last question, and then I'll yield to my colleagues. Dr. Embry, I saw a few months back an announcement that NIAID at NIH has begun the first in-human trial of a universal influenza vaccine candidate. Could you just describe that to us?
Sure. I think you're referring to the intramural product from the Vaccine Research Center, which is a novel, it's a nanoparticle vaccine, which basically is a protein that self-assembles. And what they've done is take the conserved part of the flu protein. So if you imagine flu as the protein that's targeted as a piece of broccoli. Right. The head is variable and the stem is fairly conserved. So they've taken that stem and put it on the nanoparticle with the hope that the immune system will see that conserved part of the flu stem, the HA stem, generate antibodies to it that will ultimately be protective. So that is the intramural VRC product. We additionally do have some other universal vaccine products that are being evaluated in our clinical trials network.
Good. Does that use a nasal spray for delivery?
That one in particular does not. Okay. We are supporting one particular candidate that's a live attenuated virus that is delivered intranasally, yes.
Dr. Sun, I know you talked about work on the research with the nasal spray on animals. Are you approaching a human trial for the nasal spray vaccine?
Not yet. So far we have done 2 animal tests, and with limited funding, we have been able to get proof of principle data to demonstrate the method is working, but we still need a lot of optimization and a lot of preclinical data to demonstrate the safety and efficacy in animal before we can go into clinical trial.
Okay, thanks. Congressman Greenwood, please.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Embry, you talked about the fact that the progress is incremental, and in large measure, I think because you said of the poor understanding of the human immune system, and you talked about what needs to be learned yet. So does NIH prioritize grants in furtherance of that? In other words, it would seem to me, and I understand the NIH process is is cumbersome, and you have lots of demands, and no matter how much money the Congress appropriates. But is there a mechanism by which the NIH says, this is an urgent issue because of the desperate need for universal vaccine, and we want to prioritize grants to academic institutions that are going to focus, laser-like on that issue?
Absolutely. So following the development of our strategic plan, we released several set-aside initiatives that are completely dedicated to developing universal influenza vaccines, as well as understanding the basic immunology. So that allows for a set-aside pool of money to be there for investigators who are expert in that area to be able to apply directly. Additionally, we have several opportunities on the street right now where investigators can apply, showing that it is a priority for us, and so as such, we have dedicated funding to be able to pick out those projects, yes.
Congress tends not to like to identify particular areas of research. They feel that the field, the science, should drive that rather than the politics of diseases and so forth. But could you use more resources? And if Congress said this is not really about the disease du jour, the politics of diseases, but a national emergency, would targeted resources help? I think Joe answered that question earlier.
I think the answer is absolutely yes.
Right. So in the case of the Manhattan Project, what I don't claim to be the greatest historian, but my understanding is that what happened is that the United States government knew, and I think the Brits did as well, that it was a matter of time till the Germans developed a nuclear weapon, and that were they to do so before we did, they could drop it and basically declare checkmate in World War II. And so that's what drove the urgency to pull people all into one spot and bring the best minds to bear, and it worked. So I'm going to pose an absurd hypothetical to make a point. But if, in fact, a jihadist or a mad scientist said, I've developed a virus that is going to be capable of creating a global pandemic for which there is not going to be an adequate vaccine, and unless my demands are met in 365 days, I have a mechanism to release that. Okay, that's an absurd point, but it's not absurd in that would constitute a 100% likelihood, if you believed him, that this is going to happen in near time. If that, in that eventuality, I mean, right now, NIAID's working on it, BARDA is working on it, academia is working on it, private sector is working on it, and you've responded to questions from the senator about coordination. But if you had that level of urgency, how would you, this is a question for each of you, how would you reorganize the system? I mean, would it still look like it looks now, or would you go, oh my God, we've got to all go to one place and, and work on this like mad and get it done?
That's a great question. I think the 2009 pandemic, it was a good example of, although not as dire as the scenario you're putting forward, of the government agencies coming together and working together to rapidly be able to respond to the swine flu pandemic that happened. And so we do have in the government the Flu Risk Management Committee, which meets on a regular basis that includes all of the key government agencies to coordinate our response and efforts as rapidly as possible. There are ongoing right now, there are pandemic preparedness efforts within the government to be able to make sure that we are ready for these kinds of scenarios.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
and please continue. But what I'm getting at is not so much how you would react, be prepared for it, and react to something, as much as if the urgency was to develop that universal vaccine. That's my question: is how would we reorganize ourselves if there was an urgent, time-known urgency, if you will, to develop that?
I think it would be a challenge to be able to develop it that rapidly. I think we would probably focus on, in that scenario, on getting the appropriate therapeutics
So
be.
let me.
I'm not. Maybe I'm not understanding the exact.
Well, I mean, it's probably a lousy job on my part, but what I'm trying to get at is, if you had the ultimate sense of urgency
Yeah.
that you needed to create
Sure.
a universal vaccine,
Would
and
we-
forget about whether it's a year or not, but,
Okay, okay.
it's coming. It's coming in from outer space. It's a matter of time. I'm trying to get to, is there a more potentially efficient way to organize ourselves if the sense of urgency was
see what you're
other
saying.
than it currently is?
So perhaps I could imagine a scenario where there's more dedicated collaboration and coordination at a higher level that includes government, private sector, philanthropic organizations, to be able to coordinate our efforts more closely. That does happen to a degree right now. We do have working groups to do this, but I can certainly imagine that it could be better, and a more dedicated entity could overseeing all of the efforts could be beneficial. Did that answer your question?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it was absurd hypothetical to begin with, so, thank you.
Can I add a little bit to that? So at DARPA, we actually have the program that I mentioned before, P3, which is pandemic prevention platform. And it's actually targeted at the scenario that you just mentioned. The idea with that program, if you break down the process of what would happen if the scenario you mentioned would occur, the first thing that we would have to do is recognize what we're up against. What is the virus? What is the sequence? What is the likelihood of evolution of the virus? What is the strategy that we take? We have to mobilize quickly, understand what we're working against, and then actually put into a pipeline the rapid response and then all the way through production. So within the P3 program, we're looking at the front end of that. How do we recognize? How do we mobilize? And how do we produce the antiviral strategy that would be effective? What we've started to recognize beyond that is production of the vaccine would then become an issue. And so on top of just developing the strategies, we also have to look at how do we deploy the strategies once we identify the problem. And so adequate manufacturing of these antiviral strategies is going to be a big part of that. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention was when we talk about universal, I think there's two ways to look at that. I think what you guys are communicating to us is a single dose that just solves all flu problems, right? It's one
Right.
strategy that hits that backbone that
And
was
hopefully
mentioned.
lasts a little longer.
And lasts longer,
Yeah,
right?
but that's a secondary goal. The first is-
Yeah, so I think that that's one strategy to think about, but then there's also the ability of our scientists and smart people like Dr. Sun to actually develop that response, something that would go into this P3 platform that would allow us to universally respond. So not necessarily a universal vaccine, which I think is a good goal, but there have to be additional strategies. And when we kind of pull back the aperture on this, we also look at other viruses of concern. I think that flu is a great target. I think that it's been well communicated how important that is. But at the end of the day, the strategies that we're developing within these different systems are also applicable to other viral issues. Ebola is a good example. And I actually think that that's a good case study for a relatively rapid response. So if you want to understand how slow the process is, look at the Ebola response that is currently ongoing. There are places within that process that hold up our ability to move faster, and I think those are pieces that you guys should sort of focus on and see where the process gets slowed.
What I was trying to get at is that scenario where you cannot characterize, you're going to have no time to characterize the virus. So therefore, you have to be prepared with something that's universal, which is the gold standard here, right? That's the holy grail we're trying to reach.
Yeah.
And whether there is a more efficient way to do that with a greater sense of urgency.
Yeah, and we have a few programs within our portfolio at DARPA, within BTO, that are actually looking at a wider array of threats when you look at chemical threats or biological threats. And the other piece that you have before the virus even gets into your body is how do you stop that scenario from entering into the system? So we're also focusing on strategies that would actually stop uptake of virus, which is another way to look at this.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks for your answers. I'm not so sure that was an absurd scenario, because, the science is moving so rapidly. It's not absurd to imagine that either a terrorist group, but even more likely a nation state that is hostile to us, might develop a synthetically an influenza virus, and our intelligence community might find out about it, and then put you all on notice. So I'm encouraged to hear not only what you're doing generally, but about the specific preparations of the P3 program. Honorable Ken Weinstein.
Thanks. Thank you for your remarks. Fascinating. Dr. Sun, I just want to follow up. Just curious. You talked about the nasal spray, and as I think you said that best replicates the mode of infection, and so therefore you think it's more effective. My only experience of that is, I guess 1 year our kids got the nasal spray and it wiped out the whole family for a week, and so I went back to shots. But is nasal spray, is that are there other advantages to it besides the fact that it just sort of replicates the way the flu would infect you?
Okay, so let me take 1 minute to address the issue of the current nasal spray. It's called Flu Mist.
Mm-hmm.
And that was developed 20, 30 years ago. Actually, it was initiated at NIH, the prototype strain. And that was developed through traditional approach, which is reduce the virus replication capacity to a level not causing too much symptom, but stimulate immune response partially. So the replication capacity reduced, immunogenicity also reduced. That's why it's only partially effective. And the approach you are taking is we're taking similar amount of mutation, but our mutation increase immunogenicity and further reduce virus replication capacity. So so far the animal test is wonderful and achieved our goal. So the delivery will be the same as the current Flu Mist nasal spread, but the virus will be totally different. And the virus property is totally opposite of the Flu Mist. Flu Mist has reduced immunogenicity. We have increased immunogenicity. So with very small dose can induce very robust immune response. So I hope that answers your question.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ken. We've got a little more time if any of the members of the ex officio panel have a quick question. Dr. Koresh, do you have one? And Dr. Parker, go ahead.
Yes. Actually, thanks to all of you for your testimony today. It's very, very encouraging that the spirit of collaboration and coordination and the FEMC model and so forth is alive and well. And I know in government there's much more coordination and collaboration than ever before. However, we can do more. And actually, Dr. Sun, you really highlighted in your testimony the real challenges of bringing forward disruptive technology, with the industry, commercial sector, and the need for really government funding, and commend your university for the seed funding that started your work. However, I think you probably all three agree that universal flu vaccine would be something that would benefit by Manhattan style approach. So, Dr. Sun, what would that look like to you, and what are some of the resources you might see that are needed to do that, and how could government better organize to make it more efficient for you, at the bench, and your scientists and other scientists at other universities and in the biotechnology industry to move faster?
Okay, so I will speak from my own experience. As an academic researcher, I've been following the platform and the mechanism implemented by NIH. I'm doing pretty well, and one of my applications, I was scored top 1%, so will be funded. But that's a few $100,000 per year, right? And now today, I just learned the platform, the resource DARPA has, which will allow us to move to the next stage.
We'll be talking after this.
Yeah, and so then I was thinking, after the DARPA platform, should it be a coordination of private fund and government fund? And the government, it's not necessary for the government to fully finance all the investment. And if the government can guarantee or to reduce the risk of investment, and then private fund can come in. And private funding, they will examine the science, examine the technology very carefully, and they bring their expertise and experience of manufacture and commercialization. And so they can foresee the process and invest, and then, but they need to deal with the risk. And if government have some kind of funding mechanism to reduce the risk for private funding, then private can be more brave coming in, working with DARPA, working with the NIH. And NIH has already experienced coordinating the science and investment, and DARPA has additional mechanisms. So if the Congress or the federal government have cross-agency collaboration to establish such a mechanism and make it transparent for us, and for us, we do not know how different agency works, and we know NIH, how NIH works, but other than that, it's very opaque to us. So that's my
thanks. Dr. Koresh?
Great, thank you. We're here to help.
Great.
It might not sound like it from my questions, but we really are. So I have a few questions. One is, with NIH, there's the CEERS program, there's the Centers of Excellence for Influenza. Where is that going? How is that funded? Where's the future direction? I'd actually like to know some funding numbers. And also from DARPA, what's the investment? Because it just struck me when the senator said, it's costing our economy about $80 billion a year in losses and productivity. And so how does our investments to prevent that compare with the $80 billion we're losing? This is the whole of society. I don't think it's HHS's responsibility to pick up the whole bill for this. This is a societal cost and involves, of course, defense, but across society. So, what do you need? And, well, not you, and I know you're limited on what you can say, but what are we thinking about the true cost versus the incredible benefits? We have possibility of vaccinating 6 to 8 billion people. There's a market. There could be 30, 40 million billions through pigs, the same number of chickens. Are we working with USDA? Are we really thinking of the potential? I mean, we wouldn't be having this meeting if it's like, what's the next incremental next step to get us where we want to be in 45 years? I mean, we're really trying to think some big things, so what do you think? We can help support
Sure.
that.
And I should say my words about we think that it may be incremental in nature is cautious. We of course hope that's not the case. But you asked about in particular about our Centers of Excellence for Influenza Research and Surveillance. You may have seen that in our last NIAID Council round, which was in June. This is still available online. We presented the renewal of that program that will take a slightly different direction, but it will still be one of our flagship influenza research programs. It has been active since 2004. The actual cost it fluctuates a little bit. The base cost of the program is about $20 million. In a given year, if there are opportunities or additional funding or high priority projects that we're able to support, then we try and do that. As it is kind of, as I said, the flagship influenza research program that we oversee. Did that answer your question?
Here, one quick one from Ms. Levinson. Yes.
Sure. So thank you. All of you gave really exciting examples about progress and approaches that are being taken to address our universal vaccine for influenza, which is, if there's a silver lining, the platforms and approaches that could be effective dealing with flu can be applied to other, as you've mentioned, other viral infections. And really, a great benefit to that is that having vaccines and the knowledge around the world that we could have a very, very quick response to the introduction of any kind of virus could be a major deterrent to the use of those as weapons. If we had the ability within 60 days to produce not just one dose, but 10 million doses, that would have a huge ripple effect, I think. But I think the idea about risk tolerance that you mentioned is really critical, also across the board. Dr. Sun saying that the university that he's affiliated with was able to provide seed funding for a very disruptive approach is an example of risk tolerance in a way. And that when a system is under stress and there aren't enough resources, the tolerance goes way up. I mean, goes down. And the ability to provide resources for something that is really innovative is less likely. And I think that the only way to address that is with not just more money, but transparency about what the goals are, and obviously the willingness across the board, and that includes the private sector, to put funding into those kinds of approaches. And I think that's something that the panel ought to be really thinking about how to encourage.
Well said, we will. Congressman Greenwood has a last question.
And we're over time for this panel, so I'll try to be very brief here. This is for you, Dr. Bechstein. Can you describe for me the ways in which the private sector, the biopharmaceutical industry, is engaged in the programs that you've described this morning?
As I mentioned, we're very early innovation, but those conversations begin early in the process when we're developing programs, and we're very thoughtful. Program managers at DARPA are very thoughtful about where the transition capability is going to be. We have a commercialization office at DARPA, and so we interact throughout the program, but we're thoughtful from the beginning of the program about where it will go. I was talking with Alan at the beginning here, and I was talking about one of my personal programs, and what I did with that program, it's actually agricultural based. I actually went over to NIA or to the USDA and said, if we're successful, does this have a home? At DARPA, we develop these 4-year, 5-year programs. We don't want it to just be that and be done and be a fun science fair project. Instead, we're very thoughtful about where it goes after. Because of the stage of innovation we're in, a lot of times that's going to go to our partner agencies within the government. So that's usually the route that we follow. But I also wanted to mention one last thing, if I can. You mentioned the doses for chickens and pigs and such. I think it's also important to recognize that there are viruses in those systems, and there is this jumping effect that can occur into human populations. That's very important. The Manhattan idea here also stands. NBAF is being stood up through the USDA in Manhattan, Kansas. So there's also additional partnerships within those animal health communities that certainly impact the human population.
That's great. I think you've just expanded our support in Congress from Manhattan, New York to Manhattan, Kansas. Thanks to the three of you, first and foremost, for the really extraordinary work you're doing to meet this challenge. Second, I think you've convinced me anyway that we do need more collaboration of this effort, and you really could use more money if we go at it seriously. I know these are, what I'm about to do may seem facile, but part of the challenge here is that the impact of infectious diseases, let's focus on influenza for a moment, tends not to be seen in the same light as other causes of death. So if you can imagine a military conflict in which the U.S. was involved, in which an average of 36,000 people were being killed every year, and in a bad year, as you said not so long ago, 80,000, well, there'd be an enormous national consensus to urgently end the conflict, either with the use of overwhelming force or by withdrawing. And here we have those same numbers of deaths with potential for much greater in a pandemic situation. And I think we take upon ourselves, one of our main responsibilities in this group is to become advocates, for want of a better term, Paul Revere's for the biothreat, to try to arouse the kind of response in Congress and the administration that would be forthcoming if this was a direct military situation. So anyway, thank you very, very much for all you're doing. And I hope if you have afterthoughts, don't hesitate to write us, please. And we won't hesitate to call you either. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, second panel. Here we're going to go from, if you will, the national or even global to take a local perspective on the biothreat problem. We have three distinguished public servants from New York City, Departments of Police, Health, and Transit to discuss the biological threat from their perspective and what they need to defend against it, as well as perhaps challenges in interacting with the federal government to achieve adequate biodefense of New York City. And perhaps if you have any thoughts about how you think a Manhattan Project for biodefense could be helpful to you. We're really honored to have the three of you here. We'll begin with John O'Connell, who's the Deputy Chief and Commanding Officer of the Counterterrorism Division of the New York City Police Department. I would be remiss personally looking up to the heavens if I did not mention the name of Jimmy O'Connell, who was a lieutenant in the New Haven Police Department, passed away some years ago, probably one of my best friends in life, but would always say to me that there was no better police force in the world than the NYPD.
I appreciate that, sir,
So,
very much. Thank you.
thank you. Chief, go
Thank
right
you.
ahead.
Good morning, Senator Lieberman, Representative Greenwood, Honorable Wayne Stain, Assistant Commissioner Dr. Cadillac, and all members of the panel. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to speak here today on behalf of the New York City Police Department and the Police Commissioner on the department's efforts and recommendations in the area of biodefense. I am Deputy Chief John O'Connell, Commanding Officer of the Counterterrorism Division, an integral part of the Counterterrorism Bureau, commanded by Chief James Waters and led by Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism, John Miller. Infectious disease outbreaks, whether natural or due to bioterrorism, are local, and the detection and response rely on local readiness and the capacities. Biothreats are real and could inadvertently threaten life, but also the safety and the security of New York City, the region, and ultimately the nation. Undoubtedly, effective biodefense takes concerted efforts from all levels of the government and non-governmental communities. However, we do also realize that we need to remain proactive and ensure we do all we can on the local level to prevent and deter bioterrorism, and be ready to respond to biothreats if unavoidably introduced to our populations and/or environment. NYPD is not a stranger to such incidents. Since 9/11, NYPD has participated in the investigation and response to several biothreat incidents, including anthrax attacks in 2001, pandemic flu, Ebola virus disease, Legionella outbreaks, and arrival of infected individuals with strains of SARS or drug-resistant tuberculosis to New York City airports. Some facts about the NYPD. The number of NYPD uniformed personnel is about 36,000, and total personnel estimated 50,000 with land, air, and maritime units. NYPD has made significant strides in the area of terrorism and biodefense. After 9/11, NYPD created the Counterterrorism Bureau and enhanced the Intelligence Bureau, which have grown in number and capability since. Both the Counterterrorism Bureau and Intelligence Bureaus include over 1,600 personnel. More than 100 counterterrorism investigators are assigned to the New York City office of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. All uniformed members of the service receive awareness training in chemical, biological, and radiological threats at the Police Academy. About 1,800 officers are trained to operational level hazmat, and over 500 officers are trained as hazmat technicians. In addition, NYPD officers receive additional advanced CBRN training by federally funded entities. NYPD has developed and fostered close partnerships with local agencies to further the department and New York City's preparedness against biothreats. In particular, the partnerships with the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, the Fire Department, Department of Environmental Protection, the MTA, and the Port Authority, New York, New Jersey, and other local and regional agencies. The Counterterrorism Bureau has a specialist in infectious disease and staff to provide NYPD's connectivity to the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene and work with public health and other local, regional, and federal partners on biodefense. Dr. Danny Zavosky is present here with me here today. The NYPD works closely with the Department of Homeland Security, especially the Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction Office and the Office of Science and Technology. That includes collaboration and support to DHS projects relevant to biodefense, such as testing and field deployment of novel biodetection technologies. BioWatch, as well as supported hazard dispersion studies in New York City. In addition to those conducted by DHS, the NYPD sponsored and supported one of the biggest dispersal studies ever conducted in New York City, known as S-SAFE study in the summer of 2013. The NYPD Counterterrorism Bureau serves as the principal manager for the New York City BioWatch jurisdiction, which involves in excess of 18 agencies, stakeholders that we bring together. To our knowledge, New York City is the only BioWatch jurisdiction managed and led by law enforcement. We also have an excellent partnership with the federal intelligence and law enforcement community, especially the FBI. The NYPD focuses on the prevention and deterrence of terrorist threats. Both the counterterrorism and intelligence bureaus have units that provide outreach to the community in the preventative efforts against terrorism. The more notable are the SHIELD and the Nexus programs. The Counterterrorism SHIELD program manages the department's public-private security partnership, providing training and sharing information with the private sector. The Intelligence Bureau's Nexus program is outreach to private industries, manufacturing, selling, or handling potential hazardous materials that could be used in acts of terrorism. Our Threat Reduction Infrastructure Protection section identifies critical infrastructure sites throughout the city and develops protective strategies for these sites against all hazards. The Intelligence Bureau has detectives assigned to various parts of the world that can provide firsthand information should any incident, attack take place, to the analysis to process and evaluate potential implications and threat to New York City. We believe that through our routine policing and community presence, crime prevention efforts, we can reduce the risk of terrorism, including bioterrorism. Learning from the experience of the 2001 anthrax attacks, NYPD, along with the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene and FBI, jointly worked on and signed a cooperative agreement regarding joint investigation of illnesses that could be resulted from suspected and confirmed bioterrorism. In 2004, it was the first such agreement signed between public health and law enforcement on the local level. Excuse me. In addition to investigation, NYPD has a significant role in a response to a biothreat. The NYPD is the designated incident commander of all incidents suspected or proven to be due to terrorism that would also include bioterrorism and works closely with the FBI, even in non-terrorism related public health emergency incidents. NYPD is a member of 3 major agencies forming a joint unified command with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene and FDNY. The NYPD does not perform any biological testing, but NYPD Emergency Service Unit samples all environmental hazards, materials, including biothreat substances, and delivers them to the laboratory for testing. Furthermore, the NYPD supports all public health operations and interventions requiring security. For instance, we have a key role in the transport security and the security for the distribution of medical countermeasures at the designated points of dispensing. In summary, we believe that the national biodefense capacity rests on the local biodefense capabilities. We are the front line of national biodefense and need appropriate federal support. Viability of the police department must be assured to carry out the response, but also to sustain policing operations in the city while responding to other inadvertent threats. We are counting on the ongoing federal support to the NYPD for training, exercises, and state-of-the-art personal protective equipment. During a response to a biothreat, making decisions fall upon the level of responders and local responders and leadership. The current reality is such that very likely we will not have sufficient information, and these decisions will have to be made in a setting of significant uncertainty. So what we'd like to see is the following: timely, close to real-time, specific, and accurate detection capability of biothreats. We are relying on the federal level to coordinate the efforts of innovation and development, military and DHS, and to bring the technology ready for field testing. We can assist and support field testing. In fact, we would like to request that New York City is always included as a testing ground for emerging detection technologies. During the response phase to a biothreat incident, we need tools for rapid situational awareness, to quickly assess the scope of the situation with respect to geographic spread and affected population. We need access to federal resources to minimize impact on the population and critical infrastructure, including rapid deployment of effective countermeasures. Federal assistance is also needed for mitigation of the threat and cleanup, especially in underground rail transportation systems. We have a great working partnership with the FBI, and we are confident that we will be informed about any potential threats. However, we would want to ensure access to all threat assessments done on the military and federal levels, and if there are biothreat assessments performed routinely by other entities, we would like to access those as well. Last but not least, drones, unmanned aircraft systems, have emerged as a real potential threat for dispersion of hazardous materials. That includes biothreats. We have seen a steady climb in drone-related incidents throughout the city. They have become a threat to sporting events, parades, or any open-air mass gathering. Over the last few years, we've had incidents at the U.S. Open, the Thanksgiving Day Parade, even as far back as Super Bowl Boulevard, when an operator was apprehended flying at dangerously low altitude over a crowd. Currently, the NYPD has the capability to detect most types of drones, and we are working diligently to detect all types of devices. Unfortunately, due to federal legal restraints, we cannot take any type of mitigating action against a device, even if we deem it a threat. Recently, laws were passed granting our federal law enforcement partners mitigation and authority. When available, we will request their assistance. For example, during large events, they come help us. We are requesting that legislation be drafted to include the NYPD to mitigate the threat of weaponized drones. Thank you for your attention and giving me the opportunity to speak today. Both Dr. Zavasky and I are available for questions. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Chief. That was a great beginning. Next, we go to Beth Malden-Morgenthau, Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Lieberman and members of the panel. I'm Beth Malden, Deputy Commissioner for the Office of Emergency Preparedness and Response at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. On behalf of the New York City Health Commissioner, Dr. Arcyrus Barbeau, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this panel. The New York City Police Department and the Metropolitan Transportation Authority are essential partners in our efforts to protect the health and security of New Yorkers, and I'm glad that my colleagues are here today. I'd like to provide a short background before discussing challenges and recommendations. Our nation's public health and healthcare infrastructure plays a critical role in protecting people from a range of hazards, including bioterrorism and emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases, such as Ebola virus disease and measles. Local public health departments and their healthcare partners are on the front lines and are the first to detect and respond to disease outbreaks. This requires core public health infrastructure, including electronic surveillance systems, state-of-the-art laboratories, epidemiologists, including CDC-trained disease detectives, informatics specialists who find new ways to use data to improve public health, veterinarians who monitor diseases that affect both human and animal health, and emergency management and response experts who enable all these diverse functions to operate efficiently during emergencies. This infrastructure is essential to detect and respond to diseases, and without it, we risk the rapid spread of disease and increased illness and death. It is therefore critical to our nation's security that health departments receive the necessary resources to maintain this capability. Public health and healthcare system readiness noticeably expanded and improved after 9/11 with an influx of federal public health and healthcare system preparedness funding from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. State and local health departments and healthcare systems have used these funds to invest in staff, purchase equipment, create response plans, and train and exercise these plans to prepare for a broad range of emergencies and maintain a strong, experienced workforce necessary for a robust response. This public health infrastructure saves lives and is crucial for all jurisdictions. New York City is undoubtedly unique. With a population of approximately 8.6 million, New York City is the largest, most densely populated city in the U.S. and is an international hub for business, media, and tourism. Consequently, we face both high-risk, intentional, and naturally occurring hazards. A biological attack or large-scale infectious disease outbreak here will significantly impact the health, security, economy, and political stability of both the city itself, the rest of the country, and will have international implications. As a global city, we expect and plan for emerging infectious diseases to literally land here. This occurred in October 2014 when a physician who was treating patients with Ebola in Guinea returned to New York City. Just a few days after his return, the doctor became symptomatic and notified the health department. Upon notification of the doctor's symptoms and travel history, New York City responded just as we had trained. Anticipating that the growing outbreak in West Africa could reach U.S. shores, the health department led a comprehensive planning effort with healthcare partners and first responders beginning earlier that summer. When the call came, the New York City Fire Department Emergency Medical Services successfully transported the doctor to Bellevue Hospital Center, where staff donned personal protective equipment, received the patient, and isolated him in their Ebola treatment unit. Specimens were quickly transported to the New York City Public Health Laboratory, where scientists were able to test and confirm Ebola within 2 hours of receipt. At Bellevue, healthcare workers provided skilled, person-centered care around the clock, all while wearing very cumbersome PPE, ultimately curing the patient and stopping Ebola transmission. This highly complex response involved multiple city agencies and spanned both community and healthcare settings. The fact that there was no transmission of disease is a testament to the city's preparedness efforts. In addition to this one case, the health department also launched an unprecedented effort to monitor a total of 5,791 travelers who arrived at JFK Airport from Ebola-affected countries between October 2014 and December 2015. Based on New York City's high risk and the health department's experience in this domain, we are uniquely positioned to make targeted recommendations that, if implemented, would have broad impacts on the lives of millions of Americans. I will now discuss key challenges we face and our accompanying recommendations. First, a strong public health and healthcare system preparedness and response infrastructure is an essential component of national security. However, significant cuts in federal funding have hampered state and local readiness at a time when emerging diseases are spreading faster than ever before. This year alone, we're seeing an active Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, as well as the reemergence of measles here in New York City and across the world. New York City relies on federal funding to prepare for public health emergencies. Over the past 14 years, the funding has significantly reduced, including a 34% to the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Program and 40% cut to the Hospital Preparedness Program since fiscal year 2005. The most drastic impact of these cuts has been the significant reduction in New York City's public health preparedness and response workforce. Nationwide, jurisdictions have eliminated critical public health jobs due to funding cuts. The National Association of County and City Health Officials 2018 Forces of Change survey of local health departments found that more than 56,000 public health jobs have been eliminated over the past decade. Simply put, we can build a state-of-the-art surveillance system. However, if there are no disease detectives, laboratory scientists, environmental health specialists, emergency managers, and risk communication experts there to hear the alarm and respond when it goes off, then it is of little use for protecting the health of the American public. Additionally, this year, ASPR changed their funding formula for the Hospital Preparedness Program, which resulted in New York City receiving a 5% cut. This is the maximum cut for the revised formula. We have significant concerns about the methodology used to conceive this formula, and more importantly, the negative implications this funding cut has for New York City, arguably the highest risk jurisdiction in the country. I'm encouraged that recent House appropriation bills include funding increases to crucial public health and healthcare preparedness programs. However, it is essential that funding levels remain stable over the long term, as the continuous ebb and flow of federal funding greatly complicates local abilities to make lasting, sustainable investments to preparedness and response infrastructure. In 2014, Congress appropriated a 5-year emergency supplemental funding package in response to the Ebola outbreak in West Africa, which has helped sustain the capacity of 10 regional Ebola and other special pathogens treatment centers across the country, state-designated Ebola treatment centers, as well as frontline hospitals, health departments, and first responders. With this funding, they have built and maintained the capability to identify and safely care for patients with viral hemorrhagic fevers and other high-consequence infectious diseases. Moreover, these funds have supported joint planning and regional coordination between public health, healthcare, EMS, and law enforcement to rapidly respond. As a result, our country is substantially more prepared to manage cases of Ebola than ever before. However, there is no plan to continue this funding when it expires in May 2020. Furthermore, funding for the CDC epidemiology and laboratory capacity infection control and laboratory biosafety programs already ended in March 2019. These programs provided critical support for infection control at healthcare facilities and ensured that laboratory staff were trained on safe handling of lab specimens, which helped to prevent the spread of infections in the healthcare system and the community. If this funding is not sustained long-term, New York City and the rest of the country will ultimately lose these capabilities, wasting years of investment. Not only has preparedness funding declined or expired, but there is no dedicated or timely federal funding to support urgent public health and healthcare system response. We must instead rely on Congress to provide supplemental funding, which is often significantly delayed and cannot be used during critical moments of an emergency when local responders need resources to save lives. For example, although the first U.S. Ebola case was not confirmed until September 2014, local public health departments began to prepare with the healthcare system starting in that early summer. However, Congress did not appropriate funding for Ebola until December 2014. Similarly, for Zika virus in 2016, supplemental funding was finally appropriated more than 9 months after most local health departments had mobilized their response. These examples illustrate the need for Congress to appropriate new funding now so that it can be accessed quickly to support urgent local public health response. A public health emergency fund exists. However, it only has $57,000. Notably, last month, Congress passed the Pandemic and All Hazards Preparedness and Advancing Innovation Act, which updates the fund so that appropriated monies can be used to prepare in anticipation of an impending emergency or for response efforts. However, this is only useful if adequate funds are appropriated in advance of an emergency. Likewise, money appropriated to this fund should be new and not diverted away from existing public health programs. Lastly, since BioWatch was deployed in 2003, New York City has worked closely with the Department of Homeland Security, the national laboratories, the CDC, the Environmental Protection Agency, and other jurisdictions to inform the building of a biodefense architecture with acceptable performance characteristics required in an urban civilian setting. As this panel is aware, DHS is aiming to replace BioWatch with a 21st century detection system consistent with the recommendations set forth in your 2015 report. One such project is BD21, which is intended to detect biological anomalies in near real time, giving more advanced warning than BioWatch. Active, ongoing collaboration between local, state, and federal agencies for biodetection is critical to a robust and timely response. However, to date, there has been insufficient transparency from federal partners developing BD21, even though it will be managed locally. We also have concerns about the biodetection technologies being evaluated as part of BD21. Instruments currently deployed for military use, which have generated regular false alarms, are being considered for implementation in New York City. It's important to note that biodetection system requirements for cities are fundamentally different from networks used in military settings. In an urban setting like New York City, the implications for launching a substantial high-regret response based on a false positive biodetection are far more severe. The BD21 program rollout is reminiscent of the mistakes experienced and documented from the 2003 BioWatch deployment, including failure to consult with local jurisdictions from the beginning, the lack of technical details, and rush to field data collection. It's imperative that we avoid repeating past missteps. The local end users must be confident that the system is based on scientifically sound principles, that it will be used appropriately, and that the technology will generate information with sufficient fidelity for an actionable response. Otherwise, DHS runs the risk of implementing a biodetection program that is ineffective at providing the information needed by local responders to save lives. On behalf of the New York City Health Department, I'm grateful to the panel for giving me an opportunity to provide feedback and participate in this process, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. That was very helpful. Michael Gamelli is the Manager of Environmental Monitoring and Emergency Response, Counterterrorism, and Security Initiatives of the New York City Transit Department. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Chairman Lieberman and esteemed panel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Some are out there probably asking why a representative from a transportation company is here today. Well, I'm here to say why it is important to get MTA's perspective on this, on biodefense. If you go to our website, mta.info, you can read our mission. It states, the Metropolitan Transportation Authority preserves and enhances the quality of life and economic health of the region it serves through cost-efficient provision of safe, on-time, reliable, and clean transportation services. We take our responsibility for the safe and reliable transport of 8.7 million people per day very seriously. 8.7 million is also about the number of people in New York City, the population of New York City. So we do that every weekday, between our subways and buses. The MTA cannot complete this mission on its own. We rely heavily on our New York City partners to ensure the safety of our customers and employees. On a daily basis, our employees work closely with NYPD, FDNY, the Department of Health, the Department of Environmental Protection, New York City Emergency Management, and others to safeguard our customers and employees from everyday hazards and incidents. NYPD patrols our public spaces. We have 472 stations. We have 6,400 subway cars, 4,500 buses, and about 60,000 employees that work in the subway and buses. FDNY and emergency services come to the rescue of our sick and injured and respond to subway and bus emergencies like fires and accidents. New York City Health, well, New York City Health is the local lead scientific agency for the city and is responsible for conducting all laboratory testing, public health surveillance, conducting medical countermeasures, developing environmental sampling strategies, and remediation following incidents, all which directly affect us if a bioincident were to happen. Now for our record, with its local and state federal partners, the MTA has been facilitating work on the issue of chemical, biological, and radiological agent detection since Aum Shinrikyo spread sarin in the Tokyo subway in 1995. Since that time, we've allocated resources to develop novel training programs and have adjusted our daily operations and responses to emergency events to ensure better outcomes should the unthinkable occur. Our work includes actively participating with our New York City partners on the federal DHS BioWatch program and stakeholders committee. I know BioWatch has been identified as having shortfalls, but Honorable Ken Weinstein said before that collaboration is key in conquering this. That's why it's a Manhattan Project. The one best thing I think about BioWatch has done, we all get in a room a few times a year and we talk about this. And we argue. We've argued, they've talked about, they want to do pods and have everyone take the subway there. I said, well, if you have to do pods, we have to close down the subway. And we've hashed out these issues together. And we've come together on these issues. So the best part of BioWatch, in my estimation, is that we all talk, and it gets us talking on a local level.
Mr. Gamelli, excuse me.
Yes.
Do you mean when you say we all talk, everybody involved at the New York City level, or is it more?
Correct. So the BioWatch stakeholders meeting that happens at One Police Plaza includes all of our locals, as well as federal agents like DHS come in as well.
That's what I was trying to get at. You have federal representation there too.
We do. Our Dr. Yair Hazi is our BioWatch jurisdictional coordinator, and he's always there. But we also bring in DHS S&T folks occasionally as well.
Okay, please go ahead.
Another bullet of ours is establishing a very unique New York City Transit weapons of mass destruction hazmat response team that can provide subject matter expertise on transit system operations to first responder agencies. What that is, we train our employees that actually know our system best to the 40-hour OSHA HAZWOPER standard. So they can actually respond in a hazardous atmosphere and guide first responders, help fire and police when they respond to our system. We actually have one of the largest BioWatch environmental sampling teams in New York City. We've trained them on how to take samples and actually work with Department of Health to develop new techniques on how to get samples actually off our HVAC filters, because with 6,400 train cars going through our systems, they're going to pick something up if something's released. We also have developed and implemented training of our employees to recognize chem, bio, and rad releases and what actions should be taken to mitigate the hazards posed to themselves and our customers. We've researched, developed, and established plans to facilitate service restoration should the release of a chem, bio, or rad agent ever occur. We have in the past and continue to receive tremendous support from our partners at the Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate. We monitor the health of our frontline employees, those who are face-to-face with our 8.7 million customers, to spot trends that could indicate a problem.
Also, we've secured the commitment of our president, Andy Byford. As published in our Fast Forward, the plan to modernize New York City Transit, it states, he committed to support and facilitate the increased use of technology to detect biological, chemical, and radiological threats in the system, in partnership with the New York City Police Department and federal agencies. Also to expand drills and exercises aimed at our customer and employee safety service restoration. So in conclusion, MTA is firmly resolved to continue our partnerships with those agencies best positioned to protect our transit system and city from any weapon of mass destruction attack. With that, I'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the three of you. I'll give you an impression that New York City really devotes a lot of resources and effort to countering the terrorist threat, but now we're specifically talking about a bioterrorist challenge or threat. And yet, listening to particularly, Chief, your listing at the end of things you could use, and to a certain extent, Commissioner, your statement of needs and particularly the challenge to federal funding for what you're doing, it seems to me that, trying to state this responsibly, that that the city is not as prepared as it should be and could be, and I'd say should be, to deal with a bioterrorist attack and respond to it or prevent it. And a lot of that, if I may say so, is not your fault, but it really does require a more intense, concentrated, generous effort from the federal government level. One of the things that we said pretty clearly in our initial report, and we've continued to be on it, and there was some reference to this, is that the BioWatch surveillance program, which was set up in cities around the country, including here, of course, is how old, we heard testimony regularly, old technology that really doesn't work well anymore. And we ought to, in terms of warning that something is happening out there, that would be one of the first things the federal government should do to update the technology. Is that, do you agree with that? I'll just ask each of you to take a quick turn at that.
Yeah, I think the public has to know that we do have a BioWatch program. And
Right.
Through innovation, we always got to look to get better and better at things. You know, I would compare it to the rad nuke type. We pull up on operationally, we go to a job in the city where there's a potential substance that's radiological.
Yeah.
We have the equipment to identify it right away. So that's when I mentioned earlier what we need real-time information. You know,
Right.
it stops panic, it stops the subway from spilling out into the street, and it stops from overloading hospitals. So if through innovation and with government agencies and the public-private sector, the real-time equipment would be beneficial. You know, New York City on the rad nuke type, we have 7,000 pieces of equipment that can identify rad and nuke, and our partners in the region, there's probably 17,000 pieces of equipment. So it's comforting when you're going to a scene or doing a special event that you have something locked down. So rad nuke is locked down, and we know there's a robust BioWatch problem. I think we just got to get through innovation to the point where we could show up at a scene and kind of get a quick answer, real-time answer on what we're dealing with.
Okay, Commissioner?
Sure. So, I mean, we can always do better, right? And BioWatch, I think in terms of the locals trusting it, has come a long way. And we learned a lot of lessons. I guess one of my concerns is that we need to remember those lessons and apply it to what we're doing moving forward and not relearn them all over again. I think that we need to balance. One of the challenges with BioWatch is that there's such a long time between when something might occur and when you would detect it. And we need to balance getting sort of real-time information with making sure it's good information. There are some jurisdictions where these systems are outside, and it's very easy to go and sort of look and see what's going on and not cause major disruptions. Here, it's a really big deal. And shutting down subway systems, I mean, this is how everyone gets around here. It would quickly become a national security event, even just responding to a false alarm. So I think it's really important the locals be involved, because we're the ones that have to manage the system day to day and how we're going to interpret the response. And, I agree, we need better technology to help us quickly determine what it is that we're dealing with.
Okay, Mr. Gamelli, are the biological detectors, let's say in the New York City subway system, adequate to the threat?
So, right, we could always do better. We would like him to be faster, but we have a low bar for a low risk tolerance, very low risk tolerance. Like Dr. Molden said, I mean,
You just gave me a
yeah,
dump.
yeah,
Thank you.
just thanks. Like Beth said, we defer to the Department of Health on these decisions, but we feel with a faster response, we could do a lot more. We are looking into, studies that we're partnering with health and DHS to come up with low regret actions that could be taken to limit the spread and exposure, find out immediately, but take low regret actions that might not cause panic. I could get into the details,
Yeah.
but.
Okay, that's helpful. One more question. Chief, I don't want to spend too much time on it because it's somewhat backward-looking, and we're really trying to look forward here. But if you had asked me, and I was then on what became the Homeland Security Committee in 2001, after 9/11, and particularly after the anthrax attacks, I would have said, oh boy, we got to get ready for a lot of biological attacks in the coming years and decades, et cetera. And it does seem noteworthy to me, notwithstanding everything we've said, that we've had some, but we haven't had anything as deadly, significant, sophisticated as I worried in the late fall, early winter of 2001. I'm sure you ask yourself the same question. Why do you think that's so?
We see it as a major threat to the city. We know
Yeah.
the repercussions of it. I think we've been fortunate. I think the publications of Al-Qaeda and ISIS magazines overseas, they call for some of these things,
Right.
and then a short time later, you see them happen. They called for vehicle rammings. They switched gears from a VBID to a vehicle ramming. So I think we have to build going forward. I think the threat's real. I just think there's a little gap when the publications and the recruitment and all the efforts on the bad guys to get this out. I think there's a little bit of a delay, like especially with we've seen a little delay in the vehicle ramming propaganda, and then all of a sudden it starts hitting New York City. So
Yeah.
I think the threat's real. It may scientifically, maybe the capabilities, they're not good at it yet, but I think we got to really pay attention to it.
Okay, that's important because bottom line is we can't get too comfortable based on the fact of what's happened in the last almost 18 years, because the threat, the bioterrorist threat, continues to be real. Congressman Greenwood.
Thank you. Chief, we've in our studies and from various experts we've brought to bear on this in conversations, we've identified a list of 4 things that we think are critical in terms of what the first responders need. And I want to ask you if these are the right 4 things. Number 1 is better information and intelligence from the federal government about the biological threat. 2, lessons learned about effective methods for investigating biological incidents, Department of Defense weapons of mass destruction, response training, personal protective equipment effective against contagious and vaccines against diseases we already know have been weaponized. I thought there were 4 things there, but it looked like 2 to me. But in any case, are those the right? Is that the right list of things that your folks need?
The communication between the federal partners in New York City, we're fortunate. It's very robust and it works very well. In my shop alone, I have a DHS rep from the federal government embedded in our office. The Intelligence Bureau and our JTTF, there's no problems with communication. We actually, in the opening remarks, we mentioned, a great relationship with the New York office of the FBI. The only ask we really had was if there's entities that are unknown to us that are doing some biothreat research or they have threat knowledge, if we could be part of it, if there's biannual meetings or anything like that. So on that front, I think New York is very unique. There's really no complaint of, collaboration. I'm sure that we'd hear about the threat. I'm sure I'd hear about it from multiple sources. We have an excellent relationship with New York State DHS, and there, we have agencies from Jersey, Connecticut embedded in our shops, and then obviously the Intel program where there's numerous detectives overseas. So I don't think we'd have a problem with any of that.
So, and do you have folks that have the sufficient security clearances to be able to receive that information?
Yes, numerous. In my shop alone, we have a mini skiff where we have the ability to read emails and have phone calls and share information, and headquarters also. So it's not an issue.
Okay, thank you. Just one other quickie for you. The issue of drones. You mentioned that you don't have the authority currently to respond to drones, even if you believe them to pose a significant threat. Could you elaborate a little bit about that?
Yeah, so-
I think you talked about
Yeah.
legislation that you think is
We
necessary.
go back to like 2007, 2008. You started seeing drones. The real estate companies started using drones for their advertisements. This is the view from the 64th floor. They started, we started having incidents in Manhattan specifically where, they were dangerous to the public. And then, of course, the propaganda overseas talks about, using them as a dispersal device. There's videos that promote, weaponizing them with handguns, all different uses. So as time developed, there's more and more drones, and we're seeing more and more sightings. So we said, okay, right now we don't have the mitigation, we don't have the authority to mitigate, which is a major problem because.
So let me just understand that. Are there laws or regulations that prohibit you from responding? Is that
Yes.
the issue?
Yeah, what's going on right now is there's probably close to over a dozen laws, whether they're ICC, FAA regulations, or federal laws that prohibit us from mitigating the threat. So we went out and said, all right, these laws are holding us up, but we still have to do the identifying and finding them, because the next best thing, although it's not great, is finding the operator and bringing the drone down. So we've met with vendors, the military, partners in the military, and partners in DHS, and we've come up with a system that identifies close to 90% of the drones, and we're on the verge of getting the other 10%. So the problem lies is we are not allowed to mitigate the threat, even if we see a drone that has something attached to it. Department of Justice and DOD is the only federal entities that are allowed to. All federal entities that are allowed to mitigate the drone threat. The technology is out there to take over the signal, to spoof it. There's numerous different things. We could force it to land. We can create a bubble where it can't go over a stadium. It gets turned around. So the technology is out there. But there's a call for legislative changes, and we're going to need some help with that. Right now, for the big ones, the big events, I'm not going to list them, we call our partners in the FBI, and they come up and help us with it. Because we'd be standing there, we're not able to mitigate it. And I think we got to move forward on that.
Very interesting. Thank you. So you like to be called Beth? Is that right?
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. So you talked about the cuts in federal dollars. Has the we know two things. One, has the state or the city been able to in any way compensate for those cuts with state or local funds? And two, I'll put both questions into one. Help us understand the impact of those cuts in terms of your preparedness. It sounds like you probably would have had to have laid people off, that don't then have enough folks that you would need to call upon in an emergency. Could you explain that?
Sure. So the city contributes a lot to support preparedness and response for the health department and hospitals for healthcare system preparedness. Hospitals and other healthcare entities also contribute a lot because the hospitals get pennies compared to really what the cost is. The issue is that public health and healthcare response is a national security issue, right? And it should be funded as such. And the problem is the funding, we get funded year to year. New York City is directly funded. There's 4 directly funded cities, New York City, LA, Chicago, and DC. We get funded directly from CDC and from ASPR for these 2 grants, which are really the only sources of federal preparedness funding. So I mentioned for public health, what we need are people. we need a workforce that has the right expertise, the disease detectives, the IT folks, the environmental folks, the emergency managers, the risk communication folks. We need all the right folks in place to be able to respond when something happens. And we have big and small events all the time, right? And all these small events and measles, which is not small, all these events lead to us being able to do this better next time. I think to your question about what the impact is, we've been fortunate we haven't had layoffs, but I think sometimes what happens when we have these federal funding cuts is that when a job goes vacant, it's just not refilled, right? So when we know that the money, we're gonna get a 5% cut in the coming year, we have to know that we're not gonna refill certain vacancies. And so people are doing 2, 3, 4 jobs, and that's just, inevitably, you can't do that as well, right?
Thank you very much. Mr. Grimelli, when I think about potential terror attacks in the subways, for instance, using biological or chemical radioactive weapon, and maybe it's because I've seen too many Hollywood productions, but it seems like a double part of the threat would be the ability of the antagonist to stop the vehicles so that they were harder to access professionals, first responders to them if they're stalled in the tunnels. Is there and if some of this is not to be revealed publicly, I mean, you feel confident that the bad guys can't hack into the system and prevent the vehicles from, the subways and the trains from continuing to proceed?
So, yeah, that's a good question. We do have a central control as well as a backup control, and they're both not publicly listed. So as far as that goes, and we also have local control of all the trains as well, I feel confident someone can't just go to a switch and turn it off and have their way with the transit system. Although that did happen in 2004 with the blackout, and our employees did manage very well to evacuate all the customers without an injury with the help of FDNY and NYPD.
Okay, thank you.
You know, I'm going to stop calling you Honorable Weinstein because I don't want to date myself, but it reminds me of old Charlie Chan movies where he used to have his honorable first son, you know. So, Ken, it's all yours.
Let's compromise it. Honorable Ken. How about that?
Good.
All right. The informal honorific. I like it.
That was my first time in front of a panel.
No, it's the tag, the nameplate. Chief, I just wanted to follow up on Jim's question about the intelligence sharing with federal partners, and I was very happy to hear your comments about the strength of the relationship with the FBI. Obviously, for you, in terms of sort of knowing what you need to brace for, what you need to be prepared for, some of the most important intelligence is collected overseas, where our adversaries, whether they're state-sponsored or some sort of terrorist group, what they have underway, what intelligence our overseas collectors are finding about what the North Korean program is, bio program is. Do you feel like you've got a good open channel into that intelligence? That's always been a challenge, sort of. The local FBI relationship is one that's sort of, it's obviously it's been fraught at times, but it's a natural relationship. It's harder to make the step to the CIA, for example.
So from my position, I deal more with the local stuff. The Intelligence Bureau has contact with foreign entities all over the globe, and they also have the guys embedded into their shops. So I think New York, we probably have a luxury of doing it better than some of the other cities. So I think the lines of communication are pretty well.
Good. Okay, good to hear.
Can I just add a plug for FBI? I have gotten a call from them when they have concerns here as well. So the health department and probably MTA as well has great relationships with them, and I have them on my speed dial.
Yeah, I concur. We've regularly trained with them. They've trained on our facility, and we've trained with them in exercises as well.
Yeah, I would just add that foreign entities visit us frequently, and those relationships are forged, and it happens every week.
We have a few minutes, and then we'll take a brief break and come back to at 11:30. Any questions from the ex officios?
Just one. Thank you for your presentations, and having lived here now 30 years, I always feel so safe whenever I come back to New York. So thanks for everything you're doing. One thing that didn't seem to come up is the incoming passengers internationally every day, which is quite a large number here. And so maybe if you can talk about your kind of coordination with DHS or CBP about, we certainly know who's on those planes before they arrive. Are you getting morning briefings about who's coming in? What risks might be? Baggage handling seems to have changed now when I come in. They don't seem to check you on your way out anymore. Maybe that's being done behind the scenes. Are you feeling good about that relationship with Customs and Border?
From a law enforcement perspective?
Or just your
Yeah,
threats
the
coming
Port-
in,
yeah, the Port Authority,
awareness?
New York, New Jersey, has investigative bodies at the airport, and I know they work with Customs on a daily basis.
From our perspective, we actually have a group that's out at JFK today meeting with CBP, and we had a plane, if folks remember, in September that came in where they were from the Middle East. We were concerned about coronavirus, and there was a really robust joint response between the health department, fire department, EMS, NYPD, CBP, CDC quarantine station. So we all are working from the disease perspective. When something is curious, we get rapid notification.
So I'm sorry, how do you know that? In other words, this is a really important point, because if we're worried about the spread of an infectious disease, in this case from outside the U.S., what's the disease intelligence system that enables you to say this person or this flight is a problem?
So in September, the issue was there was over 100 passengers that were complaining of symptoms that were concerning. So that was easy. I think, one of the other things to remember, yes, we have BioWatch and hoping to have, better detection systems in the future, but we have lots of disease surveillance systems and syndromic surveillance systems that the health department is looking at all the time. And we also rely on astute clinicians. That's how we identified West Nile virus in 1999, and that may be where it comes from. So there's lots of different feelers out there.
Dr. Parker.
Yeah, from our perspective, we're not concerned with the people coming in. We don't touch that. But as far as disease surveillance, on a daily basis, we do review our frontline employees' sick records, and they do call in with an excuse, and we look for influenza-like illness, and we chart that to make sure that it's in line with, what the Department of Health is reporting with normal flu. And if that varies as well at all, we can report that to the Department of Health.
Dr. Parker.
Yeah, thank you also for your excellent testimony. And it was also veterinarians on the front line in 1999, those astute veterinarians. And also thank you for your call out to veterinarians and the importance of animal health and vector control. But Beth, your testimony, I think, was very, very frank, and I really appreciate that. The panel really appreciate your frankness and openness in your testimony. And, I think, some of the gaps that you revealed in your testimony, actually, I think we need to turn into a roadmap. They're really a roadmap if we are going to do something as a Manhattan Project for biodefense. So maybe a question here, perhaps for all of you, is if we are successful in making recommendations and getting a real Manhattan Project for biodefense launched, what do you see as the single most important recommendations that the Blue Ribbon Panel can make of how the federal government could make your job easier, and you have the most important job on the front line?
I mean, from my perspective, the most important part is increased, sustained, stable funding. We can't do any of this without the right funds. And when the threat goes away or the disease goes away, everyone seems to forget, right? And public health doesn't usually have uniforms, and people don't really know what we do. And what we do is so diverse that you don't really understand what it is until there's a really big problem. And so I think federal funding is the most critical need that we have.
Just to stay in a law enforcement lane, I would say, two things. Number one is that real-time detection capability. We have it for RAD. We need it for this. It's just when it comes to shutting down, a subway system, that real-time actionable equipment can save a lot of aggravation and problems. And the federal funding is great. We have training programs that run. We benefit from a lot of the federal funding for the PPE. We just redid some of the equipment for the offices, 1,800 offices, and we, with the times change, you know, the equipment gets better, and we appreciate the funding for that, and continue with that, please.
Yeah, I'll second the chief on the quick response. Our recommendation is to develop an autonomous, high-confidence biological identifier that's cost-effective, ruggedized in our system. Our system is a bit harsh on instruments, and able to detect novel threats, not just the list that is out there now. And also with that develop cost-effective, low-regret response options for these threats. I mean, that's super important. And enable a clear mechanism for system or for alerting the stakeholders to these imminent threats. If we can respond right away, there's a lot of stuff we could do to minimize the spread, minimize the exposure. And after the fact, after everyone's out of the subway system, we might not be able to open for a long time if it's the right thing or the wrong thing.
I think that's just one more piece we need to think about, and we've done a lot of this in New York City, is thinking about how do we clean up and recover in a reasonable time? So remediation and recovery, how we're going to do that, especially if an event spans more than one jurisdiction. New York City alone would be tough, but the number of contractors and materials needed to clean up after, for example, a wide area anthrax is pretty substantial and costly.
Thank you.
Thanks to the three of you. First, for your service. Also, you've been very helpful to us. You're very impressive. I think we have a sense of what we can do through a Manhattan Project if we can successfully advocate it to make your job easier. You know, I thought, Commissioner Beth, you said something really all of us should remember, which is maybe obvious. New York City is the business and entertainment capital of the world. Media, let's say media capital. Growing high-tech factor too, but what happens here really does affect what happens. It becomes a national event, national consequences, and in many ways global. So I'm beginning to sound like Chuck Schumer now. I've heard that speech several times before. He asked for special funding for New York City. But anyway, it's a pretty good case that he makes. And we'll do our best to carry that on. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 11:30. Thank you.
could just do mine.
All right,
Normal
let's
email.
get back to work.
Big job. All right, nice to see you.
We're ready for the next panel. Can I ask everybody, it's nice that you all know each other, but we're about to get started. Dr. Cadillac, good to see you.
Thank you. It's always interesting. So both of these speakers have PowerPoint presentations.
Okay, good.
Look at right there.
Good. Thanks very much. That's pretty timely as groups go. It's a pleasure to welcome the next panel. Dr. Cadillac, I may have said this to you once before, but repetition never hurts. I learned, somebody said to me early on in my time in the Senate that if somebody in Washington says something good about you when you're not in the room, they really mean it. So we said some good things about you.
Well, thank you, sir.
When you were not in the room earlier on, because this whole panel really was your conception. And I hope you feel good about what we've been able to do. We're very grateful that you're here. In a way, you stepped in to fill a gap that unfortunately somebody else couldn't be here. But honestly, we thank you for all your work over the years on this problem. And we'll be glad to hear you now and then go on to Dr. Tahan.
Well, Senator, thank you very much. Representative Greenwood, Honorable Weinstein, and obviously Dr. George. It's great to be back, I guess, if anything, but I think the most important thing is to send the regrets of Rick Bright, who sincerely wanted to be here and would have been a better person, I think, to talk about some of the details. So he's prepped me and his people has prepped me, so hopefully I'll be able to convey what will be useful to your endeavor, which we highly endorse in the sense of saying it's now either to go big or go home on this issue. Quite frankly, there's been a lot of good work, a lot of good progress that's been made since BioShield was enacted back in 2004, since the original PAPA was enacted 2006, but I think it's time for a frame shift because the world has changed dramatically. And I think the fact of the matter is we'll get into some of the particulars, that it's going to take some dramatic action to get us where we need to be. We're on the precipice of some very bad things as it relates to the Ebola outbreak in DRC. Obviously, that's not the only issue we have to worry about. The concerns around H7N9, swine flu in China are things that should worry everyone. So, and that goes to the theme, I think, of One Health, since I saw Dr. Carlin here just a few minutes ago. But my intent here is to kind of talk a little bit about, hopefully, what we've been doing that I think should contribute to your bigger idea, which is very important, and that is the idea of how do you define the risks across a domain that, quite frankly, is ever changing. I talked a little bit about pandemic influenza and emerging infectious diseases, but clearly there's an issue around antimicrobial resistance, which really represents the whole idea that we have two challenges and an opportunity at the same moment. We have the challenges of antimicrobial resistance on one hand, and then we have the advances in biotechnology that allow us to maybe address the opportunities to look at a spectrum of new antimicrobial products for both bacterial, viral, and obviously fungal challenges. Because we're seeing in our everyday life that these things are emerging as significant issues that have to be addressed in our routine public health endeavors, much less the extraordinary events that would happen with some kind of epidemic or potentially a deliberate event. And then we can't ignore the issues of advanced chemical threats. I think the events in Salisbury, London, or pardon me, in the United Kingdom, and clearly what we're experiencing with the opioid crisis here with the fentanyls and the fentanyl derivatives represent not only a weapon of mass destruction that is distributed across America today, killing more people than anything in this country today, when you consider car accidents or any other kind of circumstances, and killing young, capable people that otherwise are hooked on these terrible drugs, that these things can also be used as weapons. And I think that is an emerging issue as it relates to our thinking with our Department of Homeland Security and Defense colleagues to say, if one of these packages with a kilogram of fentanyl were used in a different fashion rather than distributed in a drug supply were to be detonated, that could have huge impacts. And then there's this specter of synthetic biology that, quite frankly, is still kind of like the boogeyman in the room, but I think, quite frankly, really represents a compilation of the things above, that the techniques and tools that are available today can certainly be used to basically enhance agents that we have traditionally thought about them in maybe a two-dimensional way, but now could actually express toxins, chemical synthetics that could be really challenging for us. And that's maybe a 10-year problem, but we need to start today in developing the capabilities to address that. To kind of give you a think about how we're doing this practically is that we see these as kind of bounded by this larger synthetic biology piece, which is to date really ill-defined, and we're trying to evaluate what are the capabilities we would need to address that long-term. Things like advanced diagnostics, rapid sequencing, things that would give us better confidence to understand what's out there. A lot of bioinformatics. We're in the midst of signing a large MOU with the Department of Energy, not because we need energy, but more importantly, we need the computational powers of the national laboratories to help us manage what are huge databases that will be needed to address this problem. So you can see that we've kind of looked at these as different buckets, but they're connected. The reason why they're connected is because there are certain requirements or capabilities we need to develop to basically meet the challenges that we have right before us and certainly in the 5 and 10-year horizon, and that is speed of response. We need this rapid identification of pathogens and agents. We need a rapid development of diagnostics. We need to be able to identify and develop countermeasures to address a wide range of potential threat agents as I define them: pandemic potential, emerging diseases. Just remember, emerging diseases are the next potential bioterrorist threat. Why? Because they're a product of Mother Nature. Man does not, or animal, does not have natural immunity to these things, and they could be potentially used in a way that, quite frankly, worries me to death about what's going on in DRC today, is because you have this convergence of not only this natural event, but a lot of unnatural conflict activities and groups that probably would like to export their terror outside that domain. Then there's the issue of scale of response. How can we rapidly manufacture, process, finish, and fill these products? Because while we can address one part of the challenge today, we have to address the full spectrum or end-to-end approach to this. And then it's how do you basically secure domestic production? We have gone through one iteration of learning through our last efforts in terms of developing pandemic influenza capacity domestically, have been successful on one hand, successful to develop, enlarge our domestic manufacturing capabilities, but are still addicted to eggs, I hate to say, in the sense of that, quite frankly, even though that we've funded and resulted in the FDA regulatory approval of a cell culture-based flu vaccine, and by the way, a recombinant flu vaccine, that production capacity is very limited. And even though it increases our speed of response, it still doesn't get us where we need to be. And so we need to secure that because, quite frankly, the flight of these activities to overseas manufacturing locations, I'm sure Representative Greenwood can talk about some of these things firsthand, is that that's been kind of flying off the shelf, so to speak. And now we're still in a position where we're dependent on eggs, and we're trying to work desperately to make sure that we can expand not only what we have today, but look at future technologies that can increase our speed. And then the last thing is, it's great to have a countermeasure, but unless you can administer it, and then administer it in a way that's timely to the people who need it when they need it, and basically have the people receive that countermeasure, because there's a lot of vaccination theories, beliefs around here, that those are still major impediments, even if we had everything we needed. So when you think about this Manhattan Project, it's got to be big, it's got to be comprehensive, it's got to be looking at all these pieces, I would think, and our team believes. Just a few things on pandemic influenza. We talked about domestic capacity, novel therapeutics, in-home diagnostics, and personal diagnostics. This idea that we need to move to a universal flu vaccine. Tony Fauci's a better, I think, ambassador on that. I know someone from NIH is here to talk about it, but that's a 10-year endeavor as well. There is no silver bullet, but there is an approach, and I think he's developed one that with time and resources we can get there. But in lieu of that, in the near term, we can do a lot better in terms of the efficacy of our vaccines, the availability of some of our new technologies, cell culture and recombinant, that will work better than eggs, quite frankly, and that's where we're looking to do in the near term. The emerging infectious disease issue, and the thing I wanted to just highlight really quickly here is that each one of these buckets requires a different approach as it relates to the commercial viability or the market sustainability of one of these capabilities. Clearly with influenza, we have the benefit of a seasonal flu market. When you talk about emerging infectious diseases, you're talking about a very limited commercial market. And so Merck has been gracious, as has Johnson & Johnson, to make available these products that, quite frankly, don't make them a lot of money. In fact, cost them a lot of money in opportunity costs. But they've been good soldiers and good as citizens to basically make these things available and to do that. But we really do need to focus on how do we do this going forward. Some of these are predictable events, like SARS and MERS. Some of them are not, like Ebola-like events. But I think the key thing here is we do really need to make a more concerted effort on this. Antimicrobial resistance, you would think there's a commercial viable market on this, but that's not the case. I will commend to you an article that was published in New England Journal, and I'll leave a copy of this with your team, that basically talks specifically about that there isn't a very good commercial market and model for this. We've just had one of our companies that we invested $200 million into who has gone bankrupt, and the sale of their IP and proprietary licensure went to an international personalities or entities for $18 million. And so this is a crisis of a first order, because we have several other companies in the pipeline who will probably end up on with the same fate. And that becomes a critical thing, and we're trying to move on that very aggressively, but it's going to take more than just us to move on this. It's going to take
Excuse me, Bob, why is that happening?
Basically because the commercial revenue that is created by some of these products is not sufficient to basically sustain them over time. And so the New England Journal New England Journal article basically talks about, in fact, if it's a gram-positive organism or gram-negative organism, you could look at it, and it has a very nice chart there that will identify how much money per year you can make. And when you think about a drug that costs $700 million or $1 billion to bring to market, and you're only getting a return of $10 million or $20 million a year in commercial revenue, that is not a sustainable market. And I would leave it to the economists to define that, but I think it makes a very persuasive case that we got to do something radically different in this area. And then the issue of advanced chemical threats, limited commercial market. Obviously, with the opioid crisis, there is a commercial market for these things. But when you think about fourth-generation agents, which are variants of organophosphates that are not covered by the Chemical Weapons Convention, those are things that are going to be in the defense national security realm primarily. But as we witnessed in Britain, these things can happen on our shores, could happen on our streets, and we have to be prepared. A place like New York City is a perfect example of why they worry about these things appropriately. So why is BARDA a good thing? Well, they got the right stuff. I would just suggest to you that they've had 44 product approvals by FDA for a range of products that range from CBRN to pandemic influenza, devices, vaccines, therapeutics. They know how to do it. I can tell you what the secret sauce is here, besides money, is basically they hire a group of people who have been successful in their lives, professional lives, and now willing to dedicate their post-making money time to basically helping the government develop countermeasures for public health and national security products. And so you could fit a bunch of them in a room like this, probably 50 or 60 people, but BARDA hires these folks. They do it probably a dime on the dollar, and they do it because they believe it's the right thing to do, and they have the expertise to help us guide through the regulatory process, doing those clinical studies that are essential to get to the finish line. And they've done it 44 times. That's pretty good in a 12 or 13-year history of that organization. And so I would suggest to you that there is a model out there that BARDA has created. It's going to have to be differentiated as it relates to the products that are being developed to be more attuned to that, but that's really the essence of this. The other piece of this is, and it gets to your question, I think, of how can we work better across government. We're working to integrate our portfolios with DoD to make them a co-chair of the Public Health Emergency Medical Countermeasure Enterprise. FEMC, but it's the whole notion that we can do things better when we work together. And there is pattern of this already. ZMapp, the Merck vaccine were all products of the DoD early pipeline that were transferred to BARDA that basically moved them forward. And so I think there is a process here that is being expanded beyond these onesies and twosies that were done under the situation of an emergency, which was in 2014, that we can routinize to basically do it across a domain to look at these kinds of products. It doesn't mean that DoD is going to make pandemic influenza products. They don't have to, because we got maybe that covered. But certainly there's some things that we can do together in the CBRN domain. Certainly when you looked at these advanced threats and advanced capabilities, that would suit both our defense needs and our homeland public health security needs as well. And so we're looking at the whole range of activities. Takes time. Nothing happens fast, unfortunately. But I think the thing is we're going there in a pace that is necessary. Despite all the successes, and you can look at the Wheel of Fortune here from BARDA, is that while we've got a few greens, we got a lot of yellows, a few oranges, and a lot of reds. And the point here is a lot of this is resource constrained. We believe, based on what we've done in terms of analysis, that to achieve what you're defining, a Manhattan Project, you'd probably have to invest between $2 and $3 billion above what we're doing today for the next 10 years. That's a rough order of magnitude of $20 to $30 billion over the next 10 years to do the advanced development and procurement that would be necessary to do this.
Is that a number for BARDA particularly? Or
That's for, I think, generally for the U.S. government. I think the pandemic number, which represents of all of HHS,
Right.
NIH for the universal vaccine is included in that figure. I think that's just kind of a what would say a swag, a scientific wild-ass guess, which is probably a reasonable guesstimate. You know, we talked about the aircraft carrier, but it's a little bit an aircraft carrier plus the airplanes to do that. Takes us about 10 years to build an aircraft carrier. That's about what we would probably need to build a Manhattan Project of this sort, of this nature, covering those domains that have been identified. The intent here is, though, first of all, like the Manhattan Project, and we believe you can move at the speed of science, which is the technology and the regulatory clinical studies that are needed that can do this, and we can do this pretty well, we believe. And it has to reflect the full scope of the risks to the country that are not really only represented by that of terrorism, but natural as well as deliberate state actors today. The world is a very different place than it was in 2006 or 2005 when ASPR or BioShield were created. One area that needs further maturity is on the One Health piece and the role of USDA. We've made them a partner, but they're not fully integrated in that portfolio. The importance of zoonotic diseases, I don't need to tell you about because you're more than well-versed in that area. But the intent here, though, I think is that this is not going to happen alone. It's going to take a whole-of-government approach, and it's going to take a real active partnership. I'm grateful that Monique Mansour is going to be talking a little bit later on some of that, because I think that's an area that, too, needs bolstering as we move forward. But the fundamental issue here is we got to develop models, economic models, that fit the appropriate bucket, if you will, of countermeasures or things we need, and then have the resources, the monies to do this, because there's no free lunch here. You know, there is, you know, we have been successful in basically doing this with some companies which have no commercial market, and we've showed a sustainable model, though we have fits and starts for that in terms of some of our countermeasures already on the shelf, if you want to call it. But the idea of doing that for things like antimicrobial products, that's a different model. It's a different model for chemical products. It's a different model for emerging disease products, and we have to be aware enough to basically develop those models and effectively work with our partners in the private sector to do this over the long term, because this is not a fire and forget kind of activity. And if we want an enterprise to do this and build a bioeconomy, which will benefit other parts of our country and our industries and our sectors like agriculture and health and otherwise, it's really important to get this part of it right. The last thing I will say, and it's the first thing that's on my list here, is like the Manhattan Project, it's got to be a secure process. We know that there are people who are very interested in this for not only the national security benefit that they would get to circumvent our defenses, but also for the benefit that they would get for the commercial proprietary information. And if we don't kind of figure out how to manage that information appropriately, what we're doing is basically spending money and knowing that somebody's stealing it, not the money, but the outcome, the result of that effort, in a way that basically would not be a benefit to our country. So we talked about the collaborations. I think the key thing here is we're building on HHS and DoD. We need to make USDA a full partner. That's an incremental process, unfortunately, for us. But I think what we've done is we can do this. We can do it better. We'll do it a lot better with fully resourced. We'll do it a lot better if we can basically work more effectively with our private sector partners, which goes back to the idea of being fully resourced. Nobody wants to enter into a dance or an engagement that results in the idea that we leave them at the altar. And the U.S. government, unfortunately, has done that historically in some of these cases. Witness what happened with the Ebola crisis. When the Ebola crisis waned, we just kind of said, well, we don't need it anymore, and yet that left companies, big companies and small companies, basically holding the bag on what do they do with these products, and they're not fully developed, they're not fully approved, and yet it's on them to basically raise the revenue and investment to basically get it to the finish line. And so I'll stop there.
Well done, not surprisingly. A lot of questions. We'll be back to you. Colonel Dr. Deirdre Tahan comes to us, I'm grateful to say, as the commander of the Army Institute of Research, Medical Research, and Material Command at Walter Reed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for the panel for inviting us. On behalf of Major General Holcomb, who is the executive agent for the Department of Defense BioRisk Program, and my commanding general at the Medical Research and Development Command, which is part of the new Army Futures Command, thank you for your invitation. It's an honor to be here today to talk about how Army medical research programs, whose mission is to advance science to protect the warfighter, also can support biopreparedness from a research perspective that leverages the joint interagency, intergovernmental, and multinational approach. The U.S. Army Medical Research and Development Command, also known as MRDC, is Army's medical material developer, responsible for advancing science to bring solutions the Army needs to allow soldiers to remain ready and lethal on the battlefield. 3 of MRDC's 6 laboratories include biopreparedness or infectious disease research within their mandates to address both naturally occurring and man-made threats. MRDC is part of a larger Department of Defense enterprise that conducts biodefense for the Department of Defense interests, in which is fully engaged in implementing the National Biodefense Strategy. And I'm honored to be able to tell you just a little bit about my role in that at Walter Reed Army Institute of Research. Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, also known as RARE, is the Department of Defense's largest biomedical research facility, and we really kind of build biopreparedness while we fight natural occurring endemic and emerging infectious diseases. And I'm going to hopefully show a different light on this more than just the countermeasure development. Our laboratories work closely with academia, industry, government agencies to be able to get after this. As he said earlier, we typically underwrite risk early on so that there could be an economic model that academic and industry can take it forward. Although I represent Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, I will also highlight some of my sister labs' accomplishments, both the Research Institute of Infectious Disease, also known as RID, and the Institute of Chemical Defense, ICD. What I'd like to do is in the first half kind of just talk a little bit about our capabilities and what we can bring to the fight. Believe it or not, right now, just Walter Reed alone, not MRDC total, we have 340 academic and industry partners to allow us to keep this mission. So I want to kind of talk about what we bring to that fight in case others want to partner with us. And the second one, show examples, specifically Zika, Ebola, our efforts in West Africa, and MERS to kind of highlight how that can come together. So what I like to everyone to realize is that every year hostility and tensions break around the world, requiring us to send your neighbors and our countrymen to approximately 140 countries annually. In these countries, those soldiers who not only face the enemy, but the threat of disease. Our product development mission and research platform serve to protect the Department of Defense personnel from these infectious disease by leveraging the National Defense Strategy, the National Military Strategy, which is also nested in the President's National Security Strategy, by operating a global research network to detect and mitigate outbreaks to contain the spread of disease. As I will discuss, the research done by MRDC also supports the new 2018 National Biodefense Strategy, which we appreciate the panel's input for getting us there, which really emphasizes the concept that infectious disease do not respect borders and recognizing that infectious disease threat anywhere is a disease threat everywhere in today's economy, and stipulating that the United States government will work with partners abroad to address these infectious disease threats. What you might not know is that although Walter Reed was founded in 1893, we've been really expeditionary in our mission since that time, studying disease threats, and we currently are in 26 locations currently. These are strategically placed locations in which our network is built off of to really be able to go where the diseases are instead of the diseases coming here to the States. And we have been in Thailand now for almost 60 years. This is our 50th celebration of our year in Kenya. And almost all of our most junior locations are hitting 15 years as we join some of those countries in the fight against HIV and AIDS. As seen in this map, some say the sun never sets on Army medicine research. As these locations, what we do is work with the mill-to-mill health engagements to boost biopreparedness by strengthening partner country capacity to prevent, detect, and respond. Real-time research and partner health systems provide a return on investment to us because it provides early warning of surveillance and samples to categorize these evolving pathogens to make effective and timely countermeasures. When we normally think about preventing and prevention, we usually kind of think about vaccines. And what I really like to do is just kind of, this slide I'm a little proud of because really what it shows is that about half of all the current vaccines on the market in the United States has either been discovered, designed, or developed by Walter Reed, MRDC, and our academic and industry partners. If I take this another step, almost 100% of all FDA-approved drugs to fight malaria were developed by RARE and our academic and industry partners with MRDC. And I highlight that to actually highlight what was said previously, is that when there isn't a market for this, the government really has to step in and fill that void, and we have the honor of doing that.
Could I just interrupt you? What's the difference between the blue and the green in this?
The blue ones are available to everyone. The green ones are military specific, and that they aren't used outside of the military at this time. RARES, as a DoD research lab, is able to assist with any step of this research and development process. Oftentimes, we underwrite the risk early in development process by transitioning products then to our academic and industry partners. What's really exciting about this is that, and what most people don't understand is we did these works out in other countries, right? And in those countries, they didn't really have a lab network or a facility to do these clinical trials. So one of the examples I like to talk about is Liberia. When we arrived to Liberia, the labs didn't even have running water. So we helped develop the infrastructure and the extensive clinical and laboratory training, and now those sites are able to not only do clinical trials, but they're able to actually be there to diagnose and be an early warning of emerging infectious diseases. These labs are now starting to become College of American Pathologists certified, and some of them have now been certified for up to 15 years. And what's really great is how this has evolved. So in Uganda, we started with the first CAP certified lab. Because of our ability to coach, teach, and mentor, they now have up to 6 CAP certified labs in Uganda to help with their biopreparedness. And so although we are there to make vaccines, the byproduct is clear. The other thing, a part of that prevention, is the training of the healthcare workers. And so I'll use Nigeria as an example here. We partnered with DITRA, the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, and CDC, and the Nigerian CDC to really figure out how to build up that network. And the first steps included training infectious and prevention control. And now at this point, we have about 400 folks partnered with us to really kind of improve that training and biopreparedness. The next piece is detect. And although we kind of think of detection as we talked about in the last panel with our community and environmental detection, part of that is that the lab work can also detect that. And so the infrastructure to diagnose febrile illnesses has really been a byproduct also of the vaccine work. But what I don't know if everyone's aware of, the Defense Health Agency's Global Emerging Infectious Surveillance and Response System, also known as GISE, really creates a worldwide network of surveillance that allows us to understand the threats that we send our countrymen to every year. And that is really robust set of surveillance programs that, when put in place with the Department of State and other people doing surveillance, provide us the early warning signs that we need. Now, one of the things that I'd like to highlight is that most people won't think of biopreparedness when they think of the PEPFAR program. But in the last 15 plus years, the Department of Defense has partnered with the Department of State on the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, also known as PEPFAR. The success of this program has been able to improve stability in these regions. Many of you might not know that in 2015, a bipartisan policy center study demonstrated political instability and violence fell by 40% in those countries that partnered with the United States on PEPFAR, and the strength of the rule of law improved by 31%. We often say our mission is soldier health, world health, but in a lot of these countries, that world health, when you fight infectious disease, can lead to world peace. But the part of that that matters for biopreparedness is not just the decrease of threat of bad actors, but it actually is providing biopreparedness foundations. So as we've put 340,000 Africans at least for the DoD's role on these antiretroviral therapies, what we've done is built trust in these communities. And as you look in Uganda, the biggest issue, DRC, is the lack of trust, right? And so the trust in these communities, as we've done HIV and AIDS research at the highest bioethical rigor, has built that. The other piece of it is that we have these community advisory boards which have to follow the good participatory practices. So we're out in these communities where these high-risk countries are, building a relationship with them that will also pay dividends if there is an outbreak. Additionally, these local partners have to learn how to do contact tracing. And as they learn how to do contact tracing for HIV and AIDS, that can actually be applied when there is an outbreak. So now what I'd like to do is transition to a couple good examples. So the Joint West African Research Group, also known as JWARG, was developed as a resilient network of laboratories and clinics capable to anticipate and respond to disease outbreaks across a wide footprint founded in the aftermath of the West African Ebola virus crisis. And the goal was to actually be able to prevent a second outbreak. It really has expanded the clinical and laboratory capacity at each of these partner locations, and the host partner health professionals really now are conducting surveillance of patients presenting with febrile illness at clinics and working their cases all the way through laboratory, clinical, and molecular diagnostic testing. What JWARG has demonstrated is the ability for them to be able to prevent and detect infectious disease on their own and provide early detection of cases emerging from their population so that we can alert the proper authorities. The next example I like to go to is MERS, the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome. It's a cousin of, obviously, SARS, and it's a growing global concern due to its high fatality rate of nearly 40%. Given global deployments to the Middle East and South Korea, where large outbreaks have occurred, coupled with the close living quarters that happens in military personnel, the increase of risk of MERS exists. There are currently no approved vaccines or specific treatment for MERS, and so RARE has initiated and has now completed the first in human and still only phase 1 trial of MERS vaccine candidates for human use. This study was conducted with our clinical trial network. We actually have a clinical trial network across the 26 locations that we are worldwide, and this was done with our industry partners. Although before they have tested a MERS vaccine in camels, not sure that's really helpful for us, but it is where they believe the disease reservoir comes from. This was the first time to be able to take it outside of camels. And the exciting part goes back to the morning conversation, is that this was a DNA vaccine candidate, which allowed for the rapid design and production in response to an emerging infectious disease. So its model is nice, and it underscores the importance of being able to work at the speed of relevance. Right now, just if anyone's interested, we're doing a second phase 1/2A trial in South Korea and a phase 2 trial in the Middle East. Before I move on to Zika, I'd also like to talk a little bit about malaria. So in most of these countries that we're working on, malaria is the glue that brings the mill-to-mill relationship together. If anyone remembers the famous Douglas MacArthur quote, and he said, at any given time, and I'm paraphrasing here, is I only can have one division in the field. One is suffering malaria, and the second one is recovering from malaria, right? And so luckily, we're doing better with our countermeasures since then, but it is still the threat that really brings a lot of the mill-to-mill relationship together. And this is important because malaria antimicrobial resistance is growing, and it really has the ability to threaten our ability to in their host nations. So across Southeast Asia, our research group is known as AFRIMS, the Armed Forces Research Institute of Medical Science, and it was formed originally 60 years ago to fight the cholera. And since then, it's been working with the Royal Thai Army, and we're everywhere from Mongolia to the Philippines in Southeast Asia to be able to do that mission. The story that I think you might be interested in is really how we were able to use this network to get after Zika. And we're really proud of our Zika story, although it also pays into a lot of the comments that you brought up earlier of the risk in our current system. So we started to realize that Zika might be a concern in 2013, but we really didn't have a mandate at that time to work on it. But we were able to think about it and put our subject matter expertise on it, and those early efforts really allowed us to respond when the government asked us to. When the first case of Zika entered the country in 2015, RARE was asked to lead with our collaboration partners in government, industry, and academia to move a product forward. We believe that the Japanese encephalitis vaccine that we developed in Thailand and licensed in 2009 might be a good backbone for this Zika virus. What we were able to do in 9 months is to take it through 2 trials which showed 100% efficacy within 180 days, resulting in journal articles in both Nature and Science, and work with an industry partner to get a CRADA to be able to take it to the next phase. This is what we believe is important to be able to have a foundation and infrastructure, a backbone to be able to do to work at the speed of relevance. What I'd like to end on before we open it up for questions is talking a little bit about Uganda. Right now in Uganda, there's a great effort called the JMedic, which is the Joint Mobile Emerging Disease Intervention Clinical Capability, and really is a Department of Defense capability to really be able to take human clinical research trial to where if the Ebola crisis comes over to the Uganda side. It's set up in Fort Portal, which is on the western part of Uganda. And really what they've been able to do is really set up a nice infrastructure, like we talked about before, of building clinical laboratory capability, training people to be able to respond, and getting the government involved so that when Ebola did cross, we were able to get a MURI protocol for Ebola virus disease approved, and we're ready at this point to be able to take product development to the next level. Our sister lab, RID, that has also been in Uganda, has really been doing a great job since 2001 following people that either survive Ebola and Marburg to be able to figure out the sequela of that as they proceed. They really have a nice now bank to be able to track longitudinally these survivors, which has allowed us to look at monoclonal antibodies for both Ebola and Marburg virus. Our role at RARE for the last on Ebola since 2009 is that we were part of the first vaccine trial that is currently showing about 97% effectiveness when applied, despite the limitations currently in the DRC, and we continue to advance product development in this area. It's been a real honor to be able to tell our story. We can't do it without our academic and industry partners. We have a unique role in underwriting that risk early on in the process, and we look forward to being able to continue this line of research to support biopreparedness across Medical Research and Development Command.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Doctor. As often happened in my time in the Senate, the military is doing a lot more than I understood in this area, and I appreciate it very much. And it has implications, obviously, beyond, as you've said, beyond the military, both for global populations and hopefully for here at home. We focused a lot of attention, as you heard in the last panel, on the BioWatch system, the sort of early warning system. And we believe it's inadequate and outdated. We also have the impression that the Department of Defense actually has better systems for early detection of a biological threat to protect our troops around the world than the BioWatch system. I know it's maybe an awkward question, but is our impression correct?
Well, sir, that would be outside of the scope of what we do at Walter Reed.
Okay,
But what I
gotcha.
would like to echo from the prior is that our threshold for these type of devices is to determine when we need to go up into higher protective gear, right? So when we're out in a deployed setting, we will take a couple false positives to ensure we protect the force. And I thought the panel in the last one really talked about the importance in an urban environment that you really need the opposite. So I do think there's differences in them, but that's really outside of my expertise. I apologize, but we're more on the medical side for the human more than the environment.
Bob, do you have a reaction to that now?
Yes, sir,
What's
I
your-
do.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're obligated under the reauthorization of the Pandemic All Hazard Preparedness Act to actually
Right.
do a report on biodetection. So we've actually initially convened a group, and I think your impression is correct, that their technology development has moved well beyond what the original BioWatch program and system has done. And so they're looking at it. In fact, you're probably owed a conversation with Assistant Secretary McDonnell at Countering WMD at DHS, because they're looking at, in their BD21 program, how they could leverage some of those technologies that would cue sooner potential releases in urban environments. So not to steal his thunder, but I think your impression is correct. DoD has continued what I'd say is a significant investment around that. And quite frankly, there's a great opportunity to leverage it. And DHS is in the process of doing some of that.
Thanks for that direct answer. Let me ask this. One of the arguments for the Manhattan Project approach, part of it obviously is, I don't want to say marketing, but it gives us a way to advocate for more, with more urgency for more support for the response to the biothreat. But the second is greater collaboration. So you were in the center of things. Now you've been for a while off and on, both inside the government and outside. What might a Manhattan Project for biodefense do to better coordinate the efforts? You talked about a couple of the agencies of our government and needing to bring U.S. Department of Agriculture in more, but there's also obviously academia, the private sector. But how should we be looking to create a new entity? What do you think?
Well, sir, it's an interesting question. Back when we were considering the creation of ASPR and BARDA at that time, we looked at the model of a NASA-like entity that could be focused on that. I mean, realize that was for the purpose of putting a man on the moon in 10 years, right? And we're celebrating that 50th anniversary this year. But the question is are we kind of do that same level of effort? I personally believe that these things happen incrementally in terms of what our government is willing to do. I just use the example in the national security space. Department of Defense was created in 1947 and really went through a series of reformations until we got to the Goldwater-Nichols Act in 1986. And so it took a while to get to that point. So we may be at that precipice to have that conversation to say, what do we need to do? Now, I would think that there's two parts to this equation, right? One is if you use the NASA model and you consider the possibility that, yes, we want to end the risk from these kinds of threats. One thing that came out of NASA was all these spin-offs for the economy and for our society that goes from computational things to Velcro to Tang. I won't use that as an example, a positive example necessarily. But the thing is that right now we have a bioeconomy that is being kind of considered, which is this revolution that allows us to do chemical synthesis and biological platforms and biological synthesis and chemical platforms, that there's a great opportunity across our economy and across our world to really address some of the biggest problems that we're facing, whether it be food, environment, health. And so I think this NASA kind of idea could be a little bit bigger in the sense of what can we do to build a sector approach to kind of promote these kinds of things, not only for the benefit of us and humankind, but also for the prosperity of our economy, which is, you know, China's making a big play into this domain. They're doubling down in their ability to do genetic sequencing. They're doubling down in other areas. So when you think about the Manhattan Project, and again, that was creating a bomb, obviously, but I think there's great opportunities for either spin-offs or a dedicated portion of that to look at some other things that would have some real benefits besides protection that could be really helpful. And I just offer that as a thought.
It's a great thought. I really like the NASA analogy, and it's something for us to think about. Also, the reference to China is important. I'm not one of those who's in a panic about China, but they have a government that's very centralized and is actively involved in implementing economic plans. It's part of why in the telecom area, for instance, 5G, I think why they've put themselves in such a strong position. And we have to come back and find in this country what we used to call, maybe it's still the best term, public-private partnerships. I mean, we're not going to ever have a government that's going to tell the private sector what to do, but we need that kind of partnership to compete and also to protect ourselves in this kind of area. Congressman Greenwood.
Thank you. So, Dr. Kedlock, first off, thanks for using the issue of antimicrobials to demonstrate the problem of price controls on innovation. That's my commercial for the moment. Thank you also for your, as usual, completely brilliant and completely comprehensive description of all of the challenges we face in this arena. It kind of reminded me of the Hieronymus Bosch Dante's Inferno triptych with all of the horribles listed out there in one place. So what I'd like you to do is really focus on one of those challenges, and that is the ideal of getting to a universal vaccine, influenza vaccine. And this is a question I asked the first panel. I don't think you were here at that time. And it is this: in the case of the Manhattan Project, we knew that the Germans were on their way to getting a nuclear bomb, atomic bomb, and that so there was an immediate sense of urgency. We knew we had, probably X amount of months to get there. We've heard from this morning from NIAID and BARDA and academia about the progress that's being made, but it was also described as incremental, and we've noted that it's been sort of on the horizon for a very long period of time, and yet it could be of inestimable value in the case of the wrong kind of influenza. So my question I have for you is, if we and the hypothetical I proposed was that we knew that we had 1 year to be prepared for an uncharacterized influenza virus, and it had that level of urgency. How would we reorganize the government and the private sector in order to just focus on that and try to really accelerate? Because it seems to me that there's still a lot of siloing going on here, industry, company to company, agency to agency in the government.
I think that's fair, and I think the key thing here is two things. One is you're going to have to look at a scale issue. Where and how can you produce quantities that would be sufficient for 600 million doses? Because you're talking about a truly novel flu virus that's going to take 2 shots for every man, woman, and child in this country. And then the other side of this is not only that part of it, but also the adjuvants that you would likely need to promote immunity in these areas. So it is a kind of a multi-sector factorial issue, and you would probably need to convene, the larger manufacturers, vaccine manufacturers in the country, to see about their capacity and their capabilities in this space. Obviously, seasonal flu is not a big seller for a lot of folks, And so you're going to have some kind of incentive, short of, the world ending, to basically have them come to the table and talk about how this is going to be a good thing for their country, for their company and their shareholders. So that's economic incentives, tax, whatever it is, the package. I think the technical issues, to your point, are a fair one, which is right now we talked about eggs, we talked about cell culture, which is faster but not fast enough. We talk about recombinant, which is faster, still not fast enough, and the scale is still very limited domestically. The question is there another technology? And to speak for Rick Bright here, messenger RNA may be that technology that allows you to produce scale and specificity in a rapid way. I think you have to kind of look at that in terms of what would be your best bet. It may be a combination of all those, honestly. You may have to prime with one kind of vaccine and then boost with another, with an adjuvant, for example. And so I think that it would really take some extraordinary, not arm wrestling, but I think convening to bring the scientists, our best scientists, people at NIAID and from academia, with our companies to basically say, how do you come with a strategy to deal with this?
Should we not do that? I mean, should we not, my hypothetical aside, should we not be saying we need a mini Manhattan Project or a mini NASA, whatever it is, to confront that particular issue? Because it seems to me that's the one with the greatest
consequence
impact, right? And increasing likelihood.
Yes, sir. And I think the point here is in my conceptual description there, the big blue bubble of pandemic was the biggest one there, and it does represent one that from the standpoint, if you build capabilities for that, inherent to that are other capabilities that would lend themselves to emerging infectious diseases and other things of concern. So your point is well taken.
And sir, to your point and what Senator Lieberman said earlier, there's two things that I think the Department of Defense might do well, I believe we do well at. One is every 3 years we sit down and we have all the stakeholders come up and we come up with a priority of effort of infectious diseases and which ones should be the ones that we use our existing resources and emphasize on. So something like a Manhattan Project would allow us to really prioritize efforts with the existing resources and make sure that we have a concerted effort that'll get a product out there, right? Not just science to advance knowledge, but to get a solution out there. So I think that's a benefit. And the other one that is really the conversation that he said earlier. So many of these, and use Zika as an example, we got it through those trials in 9 months. Well, then Zika went away, right? And then the industry partners, right, were less interested in taking it through. Well, one of the kind of thoughts that definitely DTRA is focused on is what platforms do we need to have ready and have different platforms. Maybe it's 4 or 5 platforms that when something comes out, like you said, that we don't know, but we only have a 1 year, you then have a platform that's pre-positioned, that's already through certain regulatory requirements that you can adapt to the existing concern that is coming. And so having these platform-based opportunities to fight what we don't know, especially in the synthetic world that we're entering, might be part of what could happen.
Thank you, Colonel. You did a very nice job in describing the extent to which, geographical extent to which we'll read in the Army is working in various continents and doing a whole lot of preventative work and treatment work and capacity building, and that's very impressive. My question is, to what extent, since all of the world is benefiting and does benefit and will benefit from these things, to what extent is the rest of the developed world, our partners in Europe and Asia and elsewhere, to what extent are they making, not to sound too Trumpian here, but making their fair share of contributions to this effort?
Yeah. Well, what I'd like to say about our enterprise approach is we partner with everybody. So for example, in Kenya, we're getting ready to start, depending on what gets finally approved, either 2 or 3 Shigella vaccine trials, that is with academic and industry. I would say that that network is one that is not easily reproducible, and it's done really with a minimal investment relative to the conversation we're having today. So for example, although I have 1,000 people across Africa right now, only about 10 of them are military, right? The rest of them is really developing the infrastructure in those countries. I will say where we're at, other countries invest differently. So in the countries we're at, Germany often builds hospitals, and that seems to be what we see. And you can go to other countries, they have different strategies of how they help in this fight of global health. I would say that there's not many doing the legwork that we are doing. But I would say overall, there's a lot of other countries in this space, but they're adding a different piece to the puzzle, sir.
Very much.
Sir, can I just add to that
Please.
answer,
Yep.
which is Secretary Azar has made it a point in his interventions with his colleagues around the globe. So I'm going to talk now about the Global Health Security Initiative, which is the G7 plus Mexico, and basically making a direct, not plea, but a direct point to them saying that in light of the Ebola event or any other event of that nature, and clearly some countries already understand influenza, the model they need to adopt, but making it very clear that the United States is not going to be in a position to help others because we're going to be in a position we're going to have a hard time helping ourselves. And if they want to do things, we're happy to do it with them, meaning collaborative buys for Ebola vaccine or any of our countermeasures. I've engaged in a number of conversations with some of our G7 colleagues about what they can do to buy our things at rates that would make sense, and helping with having DOD would help us do that with foreign military sales programs. And so I think the thing is, it's not a hypothetical. We're actuating that, not because of any necessary thing other than the fact is the reality of what we are going to be confronted with if there were to be an escape of Ebola, that we're going to be hard pressed to provide for ourselves, and everybody else better consider that what they need for themselves.
Thanks very much, Jim. Ken?
Thanks to both of you for your excellent testimonies. And Bob, I want to commend you. I think you're probably the first public speaker I've ever heard analogize to Hieronymus Bosch. That's a new one.
I'll have to look it up when I get home.
That's right. That's culture. You were Dr. Death back in the day, and now that reminds me why. I just want to follow up with you on the one of the points that I think you really zeroed in on, which I think is worthy of our attention, is the notion that, look, we're asking for a big investment here, but this is an investment that doesn't just provide the protection that is what we're seeking, but they're secondary, really valuable secondary benefits. And it sort of goes back to what you and I talked about very briefly before you took your seat, which is, you've been banging this drum for a long time. Many people have. We've been doing it for 5 years, and we're still sort of in that cycle where, everybody gets their hair on fire about Ebola, Zika, things recede, and then people move on to the crisis du jour and just sort of hope that we don't, have a 1918 again, and just, we avoid catastrophe. So what is it that's going to, unless, short of a catastrophe, kind of like 9/11 got us to build the counterterrorism apparatus, short of something comparable in this space, how are we going to get, and this is a political question, how are we going to get the federal government to push? And I think you landed on the idea that, look, we have to market this as something that has broader economic and national security benefits. And you ticked off a few of them, but I guess I'm just saying this less by way of a question and more by way of saying that you and others, the more you can think about sort of how we can enumerate those benefits, and that might be something that we take back as, we've, and Asha, as you know, has talked about this in the past, but we might want to raise the profile of that part of our argument, because the more time passes, the more pessimistic I am that good government is going to prevail and do a conscientious job of building something for the future absent a crisis. So.
No, I just want to comment to say, yes, I'm a slow learner. I've been at this a long time. Mm-hmm. But I think the point here, though, is that we're seeing very soon what will likely happen in the DRC as being one of those events that will probably get everybody's attention. And, I think chance favors the prepared mind in terms of what should be capable or needed to address that problem. But I also think that the economic argument is very profound. To Representative Greenwood's point, that pandemic influenza, if it happened today on the scale of 1918, would probably affect our GDP by 20%. That's a big deal. Those are trillions of dollars of impact. That's not my number. That's the Council of Economic Advisors from the White House that has yet to release a report that I think makes a very strong case to say why pandemic preparedness makes sense. In fact, there will be a major probably release of an EO on pandemic next week. But I just think the key thing here is to understand that yes, we haven't coalesced all the points of light to get this done, particularly around Congress and particularly around the appropriations process. Like I said, you could get sticker shock from a number, but the point is it's a small number when you consider the impacts that it could have. But more, I think to your point, it certainly can change the vector of our economic prosperity in ways that have yet to be considered that are probably value added. And I think there's some ongoing conversations on that. But to your point, it's not yet been all put in one package.
So, Sarah, on those lines, what I think is really interesting is looking at what happened with HIV and AIDS in Africa. Because of its size, it's able to show you the economic cost of this. When I was driving to Uganda, my driver said to me, he said, "Ma'am, I want you to look to the left and the right." I looked to the left and right. They sell furniture on the side of the street, and the streets was lined with wooden furniture. He said, "Before you guys came here, the streets were lined with coffins." He goes, "What you have done with the United States as bringing PEPFAR to our country is that the woodworkers no longer have to make coffins, they can make furniture." And what his point of his story was beyond that was that you no longer have children being orphaned. They're in a family with parents that can work. The husband can work, and in a lot of these countries, the wives aren't allowed to work still, but there's still a family that provides that economic stability. I think that economic case is what led to the 2015 bipartisan report, which showed the decrease in violence and political stability associated with fighting infectious disease work. So although we don't have all the different diseases that we can study that had the impact like HIV and AIDS had when it rolled out across Africa, I think it provides a nice case study for us to look at.
Yeah, and I agree with everything both of you said. I guess I would just say this. I mean, we have been talking about all the parade of horribles that could happen, from various bio threats, and that gets us only so far doing the Paul Revere thing. But I think the addition of what you talked about to our shtick would be, or more addition of, look, this is going to have secondary effects. It's going to grow, help develop a Silicon Valley kind of environment, this kind of thing, which will have ripple effects throughout the economy, or also in terms of our role in the world vis-a-vis China and other potential adversaries. So I think that message, not just avoiding bad stuff, but that investment dollar for dollar isn't just going to be for countermeasures that sit somewhere in case something bad happens, but also is going to be developing future benefits. I just think that's a message we need to try.
Thanks, Ken. We're over the time now. Do any of the ex-officios have a question, or you want to let everybody go to lunch?
Go to lunch.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Cadillac, Colonel Tahan. Great testimony, really helpful to us. I don't know about this Hieronymus Bosch, but I got a slogan from each of you that really summarizes a lot. You said, if I'm right, soldier health, world health. And that explains quickly what you're all about. And you said, Bob, which is typical of you, and I think where our minds are now as advocates, go big or go home.
Yep.
And the truth is, we can't go home, so we got to go big.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Patty, you want to explain how folks can get lunch? We'll be back at 1 for Max Brooks. Hello. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch and it was as healthy as it should be. We're really delighted to have Max Brooks back with us. He's actually become kind of member of the family, the biodefense family. Max is a scholar, a best-selling author, and he provides really historical perspective on biological warfare and bioterrorism and biodefense. He also, I think, can help us address the value of popular culture as a tool to educate and inform the public, the government, and the private sector. We are very proud to have partnered with Max on this volume, Germ Warfare, A Very Graphic History, which I think really probably has, more than any single thing we've done, drawn more attention to our work than anything else, so I appreciate it. Max, welcome back, and we look forward to hearing you now.
Well, thank you, Senator. For those who are tuning in who don't know why I'm here.
Yeah. Why are you here?
Yeah, good question.
Know where you are.
You know who I am, and you remember the last time, so we'll do sort of in last night's episode.
Okay.
The last time I was here, I heard all these amazing experts. You know, we heard from the medical community, from the intelligence community, from the logistics community. And as encouraging as all this was, there wasn't one person talking about public outreach, which is critical in a democracy when the people are the boss and the people have to know the facts. And that is what is so important because, as we discussed last time, when the people are on our side, we can do anything. We don't even need, sometimes we don't even need the science. And I recalled with AIDS, the plague of my generation was defeated with public outreach. We still don't have a cure. We still don't have a vaccine. And if you had run just the purely mathematical model from the 1980s, it would have looked like it was going to destroy the world. What stopped it? And remember, we made the joke about this Amish admiral-looking guy named C. Everett Koop, who went on TV constantly and who taught the American people how to protect themselves. And he didn't just do it in dry press conferences. I encourage you all to Google Robert Townsend Partners in Crime. There's a comedian, Robert Townsend. He had a comedy show on HBO. C. Everett Koop was in a sketch with him where Robert Townsend was literally about to have sex with a woman. He goes, "Oh, I don't have a condom. I don't need one." And then poof, C. Everett Koop literally appeared like I Dream of Jeannie. And he said, "Robert, wait a minute. When you're having sex with her, you're having sex with all her sexual partners." And then he went, and then poosh, all these guys appeared next to the bed. And it was funny and it was brave and it told people what they needed to know. It was a great way to educate the public and it used to be the norm. Remember, it sounds crazy, but the United States used to be the leader in public outreach. The Cold War, obviously World War II, but also the Depression. Within a few weeks, recently, my son has discovered the old movie Grapes of Wrath. And he watches it all the time now. And it's not a coincidence that after these poor Okies get kicked around and end up in this camp run by the government, that the guy who runs it looks just like FDR. And John Ford literally zooms in on the sign that says Department of Agriculture. And it was a way of saying, we in the government are here to help you. And we used to be amazing at doing that. And we used to use every single medium. Not just movies. We used to do television, we used to do print, we used to do radio, and we used to do comics. The last time we talked about the fact that comics were the greatest way to educate people. Because unlike print, the brain doesn't have to take an extra step. In film, we have an expression, show, don't tell. Just show it. And I talked to you about how, as a comic book writer, when I would go to these Comic-Cons, it would be amazing because comics are the only thing that can compete with digital media, with this distraction. Kids are actually reading. Now, in the interim period, we got together and we made this, and it's working. We have been to AwesomeCon down in Washington, D.C. I was there with Weinstein and with Osh, and we had a panel of regular people, not science wonks, not people in the know, just regular citizens like me, and it was packed. And I spoke for a few minutes, and then we opened the floor up to questions. And it was a huge win because the questions were not only intelligent, they were not only massive, they also were not to me. They were to the experts. These were regular citizens talking about how to keep themselves safe, which proves the fact that the American public are not dumb, they are not lazy, and they are also not willfully ignorant. That comic book convention proves that the average American wants to learn about how to protect themselves. We need to be willing to teach them. That's why I'm here, because somehow I seem to have talked myself into the public outreach representative for the biodefense panel job. But we have to.
Actually, thought we talked you into it.
I think you drafted me last time. Because we know what we're up against now. We're up against a society where, as the science is becoming more complex, the belief in science is going down. We are up against the anti-vaxxer movement, which is now global. We are now up against measles outbreaks. We are up against a presidential candidate, an actual presidential candidate stood on a platform recently and spoke to 23 million people as a legitimate candidate for the highest office in the land. Marianne Williamson has actually said, I believe, somebody quote me if I'm wrong, that vaccines are Orwellian. The anti-vaxxer movement has gone mainstream. Now, maybe she apologized for it. I don't know. Maybe she did. But even if she did, it doesn't matter because prominent people are speaking out against vaccines. And that is because we've lost the living memory. When I was a kid, the grandparents of my generation grew up where diseases had killed members of their family. You couldn't think of not vaccinating your children because there was a living memory of how horrible it used to be. But now, the grandparents of today are baby boomers. The grandparents of today have been vaccinated. So there isn't a gut check, there isn't an emotional memory of how dangerous this is. We need to remind people that viruses, bacteria, diseases have killed more people than all the wars in history. And all it takes is one tweak of a gene, and those plagues are going to come rushing back. And we need to prepare people with education. So when it does happen, whether it crawls out of a jungle or whether it comes from a homemade biolab, that the American people understand how viruses work, how vaccines work, and are willing to help take a part in their own defense. That's why I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So what do you think about the idea of a Manhattan Project for biodefense?
We need a Manhattan Project for biodefense as much as we needed the real Manhattan Project in the 1940s.
Yeah.
You know, this is the problem with our national defense policy, because all of our money has gone to protecting us from nuclear weapons. And it's good, we need that. However, nuclear weapons depend on fissile material. And fissile material is finite. And we know where every atom of uranium is all around the world. And yet, trillions of dollars have been spent since 9/11, from invading the wrong country to why we take off our shoes at the airport. Everything is revolving around the doomsday scenario of a terrorist sneaking in a nuclear weapon to this country or a rogue state firing a nuclear weapon at the United States at the nose cone of a ballistic missile. But viruses, they're everywhere. And unlike a nuclear weapon, which detonates within a certain radius, a virus can spread. Once that bomb goes off, it's not going to keep going off. Whereas once a germ gets out, it keeps going off, and it can spread and spread and spread, and it is everywhere. When I go camping with my son, we get hantavirus warnings. Well, what if somebody were to take that warning in a different way? Oh, that's where the hantavirus is? Now I know where to collect it. There's plague warnings in California, in certain desert areas for certain squirrels. Okay, what if somebody traps that? I was just at a conference at SOCOM where we had a special weapons expert talk about how the genetic codes of superbugs can be emailed around the world. So a bioterrorist here in America doesn't need to go collect a virus. A bioterrorist in their garage or basement can get the genetic code from somewhere else. So we need that. We need a comprehensive Manhattan Project, and it can't just be about the science. It has to be about the outreach. We know now that the Russians are putting bots on medical websites that are trying to start arguments. The bots are on both sides. They're not just anti-vaxxer. It's to start a debate, so when the average citizen goes on these sites, they say, oh, well, I didn't realize vaccines were debatable. This is a direct attack by a foreign enemy. They are using information warfare to enhance germ warfare. So when we do this Manhattan Project, public outreach, public education has to be part of it.
Well said. You know, you made a historical comment that I think is really quite important, which is generational. So when I was growing up, there was a terrible fear of polio.
Yes.
And then a vaccine came along, the Salk vaccine, and Sabin, and there was a tremendous sense of relief. So in some sense, I think the public has been not having had that kind of living with the presence of watching people get polio or hearing stories about. So as you said, to a certain extent, the advance of science, the success of science has numbed people a little bit. And whereas we've got the threat of the viruses, kept quoting numbers this morning. You know, CDC says every year, on the average, 36,000 people die in America, 650,000 in the world, from seasonal influenza virus. And God forbid another pandemic comes along. Incidentally, there is something, and this is all a combination. People are busy, the focus of news takes their mind away from it. It's not present in their lives. But, you know, the last time the Ebola scare emerged and the media really focused on it, I found people around me, my friends, my relatives, people were in a panic. And it was at that point a pretty remote threat, certainly remote, as compared to flu, influenza. Anyway.
And this is the problem, is unfortunately in this country, from a mass perception point of view, we tend to ping pong in between blind panic and blind denial.
Right.
And we've lived through this. We lived through this in the 1990s where we were told it was the end of history. Somehow there was going to be no more wars, no more enemies, and we could all just invest in the internet and watch people be naked. Yay. End of history. And then 9/11 happened, and we jumped into this blind panic where we freaked out so badly we invaded the wrong country and we're still there. That is the problem. If we educate the public now, then we will avoid that blind panic. Because what we don't want is there to be a biological attack and to go back to a massive freak out like we had after 9/11. Because God forbid we make bad decisions that get even more people killed.
Right.
That we don't want. If we reintroduce the public to the concept of disease and the concept of prevention, they will be ready to deal with it in a rational way.
So, as I said when I started, your work has helped us do that. Do you have any ideas beyond your own areas of expertise and talent as to how we can better advocate for better education of the public about these diseases?
Yes, I think there's many things that we can do from the grassroots to the halls of power. From the grassroots, I think we need to reinvest in education and education in science. I think that America's science teachers on the grade school and high school level need to be taken seriously. The same way during the space race, if you were a math teacher, that was an important job because you were getting the next generation of possible future aeronautical engineers ready to combat the Soviets in space. We need to do the same thing now. Every elementary school and junior high and high school science teacher needs to make sure that they're educating their students about what it means to have a germ and what it means to prevent them. That's critical. and on the levels of power, I'm sorry, there is no substitute for both parties to confront the extremists on their side. And this is important because on one side, you have now this anti-vaxxer movement, which is in my hometown of Santa Monica, California. We're ground zero of this. And we, as moderate Democrats, need to push back when somebody calls vaccines Orwellian. We have to, publicly. No letters, no petitions. It has to be on TV, it has to be on the internet, with a face, with a name. But on the other side, and I've seen this from the 1980s, there has been this notion that government is not the solutions to our problem, government is the problem. So while Democrats need to confront the anti-vaxxers on their side, conservatives need to confront the anti-government forces on their side that look at the government as some sort of evil cabal that just wants to spend your tax money and throw it away. Those who know better need to speak up and say, that's not true. That is not true.
Very well said. I haven't yet, in my work on the biodefense panel, quoted the Talmud. But here it is. When some rabbi hundreds of years ago said, without government, people would act like fish. The big ones would eat the little ones. In other words, that doesn't argue for authoritarian government.
No.
It doesn't argue for overreaching government, but it just says we need government to both set standards, educate, and protect people from
That's exactly
harm.
right, because we are a government of the people. When we talk about the government, we're talking about ourselves. And in other countries, yes, you have a ruling class of people, and that's it. And they run things, and then they say to the people, you go on about your business, we're in charge. But that's not us. So if we have a problem with our government, then we need to change it, and we need to get involved, and we need to vote, and we need to read the newspaper, and we need to know what's happening. So those in the know, those who understand this threat, need to make a concerted effort in every medium, public medium possible, to reach the voter, to reach the taxpayer. And just like we did during the Depression, early Cold War, and World War II, convince the American people of the basic truth that this is in their own interest.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Congressman Greenwood.
All right. So you're a communicator par excellence, writer and producer of movies and all of the rest. And you made a passionate case for the need to educate the public in a democracy. And of course, everyone completely agrees with that. But we're in the era of fake news, real news being called fake news, the polarization of the news media, confirmation bias, just leading us all to decide what we want to listen to that makes us comfortable so we don't have to deal with anything that's ambiguous in our lives. All kinds of anti-scientific information out there. And I appreciate your comment that people are smarter than, I think when you talked about, at the comic book thing, that people are smarter than, don't minimize the intelligence of folks. I used to be a real believer in that. Especially when I was in political office, I would always say, oh, never underestimate the intelligence of the voters. That's because they were voting for me, which was proof of the fact that they were smart. But I'm not so sure anymore. And the thing that occurs to me, people have been talking about the need to teach critical thinking for a long time, but it is now more important than ever. I mean, it doesn't do us any good to teach our children to read if when they start reading things on the internet, they have no way of discerning its validity. And so I just, I like your thoughts about how we get there, because it has to be, I mean, it should be as fundamental a basic education requirement that undergirds everything else. Because otherwise you have people out there unable to discern, truth from fiction.
Honestly, I think it takes courage. I think it takes courage to act if you are a leader, if you are in a position of power, if you are in a position of authority where people look to you to lead the way, you need the courage to speak the truth, even if it hurts you in the short term. You need what I call the John McCain moment. When that woman said, Obama's an Arab, and John McCain said, no, he's not. He's a decent and good man. We just disagree on which direction to take this country that we both love. That probably cost him the election. He could have pandered to the dark side of American populism. He could have rallied those people up and screamed Lugenpress, but he didn't. He stood for what was right, and he took the hit. And we all need to do that. And then Colin Powell followed up on national television by saying, yeah, so what if he is an Arab? So what if he is a Muslim? What, a little Muslim kid right now watching TV shouldn't think that I could be president of the United States? Powell just lost a section of the American people, but he did the right thing. If everybody followed John McCain and Colin Powell and spoke truth, even at the cost of their own private, short-term self-interest, we would be exactly where we need to be as a nation.
Except that the current calculation in politics, we're getting a little far afield here, but current calculation in politics is if I tell the truth, I'll lose the primary to someone who's even worse than I am.
Right. And therefore you need to fight back, and you need to say what's right. And right now there is the culture of cowardice. And part of that comes from not being able to combat social media and not thinking that, well, if I do that, I will just go away. But it has to start, and it has to be rewarded. We as voters and we as listeners need to reward those people that speak truth. That means confronting the media and saying, no, this person may have just lost the election, but gained their soul, and we need to cover these people. These are the people that may not get us the ratings, but they need to be followed.
We may need 2 Manhattan projects.
Yes.
Good point. And
Bronx Project, Queens. Great comments. Thank you for all this. And thank you for this. And those of you who've not gotten a copy of this and read it, it's fabulous. We were at the Awesome Con together, and I read it that morning with my Wheaties, and got to the part where the arms are being chopped off and tossed into a bucket, and had to put down my Wheaties. But it really is it's an excellent read, and it's a great way of getting the message out. And so you've done us a real service, done the country a real service. But I want to go back to something we talked about with Bob Cadlick this morning, which is right up your alley, which is the messaging. And, we've talked about this, that we need to have a Manhattan Project for biodefense writ large. We need it in the worst way. As you pointed out, while we can come up with all the good rational reasons for it, our political system, I'm talking about the federal government's role here specifically, but our political system is constructed in a way that it responds to crises and catastrophes. And if there's nothing blowing up, they just look to the other crisis du jour and ignore it. And that, of course, is exactly where we are. That's where we were. You listed a few situations, counterterrorism up until 9/11, same kind of thing. So one of the thoughts we discussed this morning is, how do we make the point that, okay, not only do we need to invest this time, energy, resources into this effort to prevent bad stuff, but how do we get the message out that not only will it prevent bad stuff, but it'll also bring all sorts of other benefits to society, to our economy, that the sort of the secondary effects of whatever research and development that we do through the Manhattan Project will redound to the benefit of our economy, maybe our economic position vis-a-vis China, et cetera.
Of course.
How do we get that message across and get it better? That wasn't the point of this.
Yes.
But how do we do that?
Honestly, I think this is the same issue that the United States military is having with the technical community, with the technological community, because it's an issue of culture. It's an issue of validation. Silicon Valley, the reason that they're not on board with so many of these projects, which will keep us safer, is that they don't understand the military. The military doesn't understand them. And if you send a general in with his high and tight after running 10 miles in his crisp uniform, and he tries to talk to these techies, they'll say the same thing that the military says about me when I speak to them. Who is this guy? I don't know him. I don't trust him. He's not one of me. And what I've said to them is, stop trying to recruit Silicon Valley and start recruiting the recruiters. Bring someone in that is trusted from that community. Show them what you're doing and show them why it's important. So then when that person from Apple, Google, wherever, goes back and says to his friends, hey, listen, you know me, you trust me. Trust me now when I tell you this is important. So when you need a specific community on board, be it biotech or just the regular writ large American population, you need to find those people who are thought leaders, who are trusted, and you bring them in and you show them why this matters. So when they go back, they say, this is why it's important. We have done this throughout history. We did this during the AIDS crisis. When public health officials were trying to close the bathhouses, it was seen as sort of some crackdown on the gay community. And it took leaders within the gay community to say, hey, no. This is real. You know me. You trust me. This is important. This is why we need to do it. We're doing it with measles now, just a few miles away. They're recruiting the rabbis to come in and say, hey, you know me. You trust me. Trust me when I tell you you need to vaccinate your kid. We need to identify who are the rabbis in these communities all over the world. And they need to be spoken to, and they need to be educated. So then they can go back and they can educate their people. That's what's so important. Instead of just shouting a message into the ether, we need to find those trusted individuals who can be validated within their group.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. We sort of methodically thinking about the different communities that we need to reach out and touch and then create, identify, and then sort of recruit emissaries, ambassadors to those groups and try to get them on board.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you just look up here. We're a government group.
Right. If you go into if you go into Santa Monica, California, and you say, well, listen, we need to do this, and they say, well, who are you? You say, well, I work for the Bush administration. Check, please. No, you don't do that. If you go to Santa Monica or Venice Beach, where I'm from, you go to the yoga masters. You go to those people who say, okay, everyone, we're going to have a sound bath. We're going to do some hot goat yoga, and then we're going to talk about vaccinations. Those are the people who are trusted. And then people go, oh, wow, yeah, I trusted you on kale and healing crystals, and I'll trust you on vaccinations. Talk to.
Sold. Okay, was that a showstopper?
Yeah. Beat that one.
Ex officios, we have some time.
Just to
Rachel
extend that
Levinson.
list, beyond yoga masters,
Yes.
who else would you identify as the recruiters?
Well, here's the thing. We need to identify who are the anti-vaxxers who are being listened to. In what world are they speaking? What do they do for a living? Because nobody's just an anti-vaxxer as a job yet, thank God. But who are they? And what is their community? Well, then you need to go into that community and you need to find people who do the same jobs and have the same amount of respect and who understand this and who say, wait a minute. Have you ever watched a child die from whooping cough and cough themselves to death? That's serious. And it's going to happen here. These are the people that we need to be reaching out to. You know, in my hometown of LA, in the 1980s, when the local police and governments were trying to speak to gang members, anytime you bring in an LAPD officer, they're the enemy. But you bring in a former gang member who says, hey, I know. One of the greatest anti-gang songs was written by a rapper named Ice-T, who was himself from that world, who has said publicly, hey, I got into rap to get out. And in his song Colors, one of the most famous rap songs ever, in the video, he says at the end of it, please stop, because I want y'all to live. And he was the only one who could say that. To use my own sci-fi nerd phrase, in Star Trek VI, Captain Kirk is reaching out to the Klingons, and they say only Nixon could go to China. That's the philosophy. Only someone who has proven their bona fides can do that. So find these anti-vaxxer community sources. Who are the thought leaders in those communities? And find thought leaders who understand really what's at stake, because only they can do it.
Dr. Parker.
Yes, thank you for the, those recommendations and comments. They're excellent. You know, and I'm going to juxtapose local public health and federal public health, and you know, and I think at the local level, that's recognized the need to do that and to reach out and find these, you know, the right people in the community is much more recognized. And I would suspect that CDC, using federal public health, you know, believes that they may be doing a good job in public service announcements and things like that. But I suspect they don't know how to really translate at the federal level how that would happen at the local level. So you have any recommendations, you know, how that may translate, you know, at the federal level that could be more effective in helping those at the local level?
Well, when we're talking about the CDC, they could be funded better. That's a big one. That is a huge one. I mean, if our government really does care about protecting us, then we need to treat public health like just one other facet of national security. That needs to be in the national security budget. That's simple. And the CDC needs to be as well funded as the Air Force. It just does. And that money will then go to public outreach officers who can go all over this country, because a small town in rural Alabama is not going to have the same cultural concerns as Venice Beach. So you're going to need different people who speak different languages to go to different communities. The very same way in Afghanistan, northern groups have nothing in common with southern groups outside of Kandahar. So we need that. We need those people. And if we can recruit people, we did this, well, I didn't do this, but it was done in the NYPD after 9/11, where experts were brought in and realized, wait a minute, when we're talking about public outreach to, let's say, immigrant Muslim communities, we have kids from those communities in the NYPD, but they're writing parking tickets. So take them out, change their jobs, send them back into their communities and say, hey, you know me, I grew up here. So that kind of public outreach requires a massive amount of funding, and it requires specific communication with specific groups.
And you mentioned the Surgeon General Koop, you know, and I think that's, we think about that era, and he was the nation's doctor, and he was very effective. Who do we have today as the nation's doctor who can do something, accomplish something that Surgeon General Koop did?
Well, this is why we need to look and we need to study who are people listening to. And maybe it's Dr. Oz, I don't know. Yeah. But, you know, if Dr. Oz gets this ratings, then he needs to be reached out to, and he needs to be able to say, listen, measles can kill you. And by the way, if you have a child who is unvaccinated and spreads that measles to a little baby who's too young to be vaccinated, that baby could die, and people would watch. So who are these thought leaders?
Thank you.
Editorially speaking, not Dr. Oz.
Well, but this is what I mean is, if Dr. Oz has the microphone, listen, I didn't want to be on his show. No. But if someone that I personally disagree with has the ability to reach people, to save lives, I would reach out to them. I will do that. Winston Churchill once said, when Hitler attacked the Soviet Union, Churchill said, if the Nazis invaded hell itself, he would ally with the devil. That, when we talk about saving American lives, this is exactly the philosophy that we need to have.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Billy, do you have questions? No. So I was thinking your choice of Dr. Oz is a good one. If my inclinations are a guide to anybody else's, the only doctor who may be consulted more is Dr. Google. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
I got a, Henny Youngman joke, I hold my hand up. So I go to Google, and of course they refer me to various websites. Maybe there is something to do there to get some of those medical websites to proactively talk about the importance of
This
vaccines.
is important. I would encourage outreach to social media.
Yeah.
Like you said, Dr. Google, because we need to reach out to them. We need to reach out to Dr. Google. If he was alive, I'd reach out to Dr. Seuss. I would reach out to anybody that the public trusts to get them to make people understand.
Yeah. Listen, Dr. Seuss is still dominating the bestseller list.
Which, by the way, I have a book on my desk called Dr. Seuss Goes to War. During World War II, Dr. Seuss became a wartime cartoonist and wrote and drew important public service cartoons for the Roosevelt administration. It's a wonderful book. I encourage everyone to look at it because it's a great example of how artists can use their talents to help their fellow citizens.
Okay, thank you very much. You continue to be very helpful to this panel. And if I may say so, you're very impressive, and I'm about to say something I hope you take the right way. You should think about running for elective office. The transcript will show that Mr. Brooks did not offer a response to that. Okay, we're going to go now to the next and last panel of non-federal contributions, so to speak. We're not going to take a break. We just took a lunch break, I think. If anybody needs a break, they can go out on their own. This was a consensus agreement between bipartisan.
Joe and Joe.
Between Congressman Greenwood and I hope you agree, Ken. So it's Dr. Monique Mansoura, Dr. Patricia Falcone, and Dr. Akila Kosaraju. Welcome. Well, I got to leave by 3, but we may be done before then.
That's great.
Super.
That's awesome.
My wife now.
She in town? Good. Oh, so you went to the theater with her. Oh, that's great.
Your wife is up here with you?
Thank you. And in some ways, we have referenced throughout the day so-called non-federal contributors to the response to the problems. So it's great to have you here now. I think in the order of things, we've got Dr. Mansoura first, and let me say for those who don't know, Dr. Mansoura is the Executive Director of Global Health Security and Biotechnology at the MITRE Corporation. Dr. Mansoura.
Thank you, Senator Lieberman, and to the esteemed panel. It's truly an honor and privilege to be here and to have this opportunity. I am currently proudly with MITRE, but also have spent the last 17 and a half years in biodefense generally and in the medical countermeasures program in particular. Will focus on those particular elements.
So just for the record, if you will, but tell us about MITRE just briefly.
Indeed. So MITRE is a nonprofit that operates federally funded research and development centers. We've been in existence for over 60 years, since 1958, and provide expert support, tackle challenging problems for a safer and healthier world. We've been supporting the Department of Defense and Intelligence for 60 years. More recently, have really engaged in the healthcare sector, also Homeland Security. So I'm privileged to lead global health security and biotechnology at MITRE, working in partnership, and grateful for the work that we're currently doing with Dr. Kadlec. I appreciated his shout out earlier today. It's a real privilege to be able to work with him and the teams at ASPR and BARB.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
But my introduction, let me start there. My introduction to biodefense was in the wake of 9/11 and the anthrax attacks. I had been working as a scientist and postdoc and policy analyst on another extraordinary scientific project, the Human Genome Project. So I was working in the front office with Francis Collins at NIH, went on that horrific Tuesday morning of 9/11, and the follow-on anthrax attacks created an opportunity for me to go to this new office that was led by two extraordinary leaders, arguably what Honorable Ken Weinstein referred to earlier, the general and the scientist. It was General Phil Russell, Major General Phil Russell, retired from the U.S. Army and had a storied career in leadership at RARE, and D.A. Henderson, the public health champion that led the eradication of smallpox on the globe. So I think As much as I am very much a fan of the branding of the Manhattan Project and bringing that into this domain, I think it's also important. I think there's a lot of lessons that we can and should learn from, number one, the Human Genome Project. And to build on what Max just referred to, it was a stunningly successful scientific project that in parallel addressed the ethical, legal, social implications of the science. And I was a beneficiary of learning from Francis Collins that I was obligated as a scientist to talk and to communicate about the science, what the Human Genome Project meant to people, but also to be very conscious of the misuse of that science. And that is in part why after the anthrax attacks, I asked Francis to go down to this new office that was forming after these horrific events for a 30-day detail, and had the privilege to stay for 9 years and lead the programs that are now BARDA, and to be a part of really seeing ASPR stand up. So that was my start, 9 years in that. But I realized, and this will be a major theme of my remarks, that this wasn't just a science challenge, that we had a business challenge, that this was inherently a public-private partnership, that the government doesn't make a single dose of vaccine or drug or diagnostics. All of those 44 FDA-approved products that Dr. Kadlec referred to earlier today that are justifiably the pride of the U.S. government's program, all those licenses are held by the private sector. And I realized as a government leader that I didn't speak their language, I didn't have the business acumen, I didn't speak finance. And so when I left there, I went to MIT Sloan, and as a Sloan Fellow, got my MBA, and then transitioned into the private sector with Novartis Vaccines, and led a business unit there that was had a portfolio of contracts with the U.S. government to supply pandemic vaccine, was the very proud sort of owner-operator of the Holly Springs influenza manufacturing, vaccine manufacturing plant, and draw from that a lot of life lessons that I'll, again, be remarking on today. Because for all of the successes, I think we now have 18 years, 17 and a half years of data about these medical countermeasure programs. And it's really important that we highlight the successes, but it's equally important that we really document and learn from the shortcomings. And they've been referenced throughout the day, a number of the shortcomings in these public-private partnerships. I do also want to mention that before I came to MITRE, I spent a year working with my finance professor at MIT, really looking at financial engineering techniques, and this was referenced earlier today, this idea of co-investment. I think we really have to look, if we're talking about significant investments that are going to be made in order to support the significant step increases that we're talking about today, ideally, yes, the federal government will step up and will fully fund this, but if not, I think we have to be really innovative in our business models as we are innovative in our scientific endeavors as well. So we didn't, unfortunately, in the year I was with Professor Lowe, solve the problem, but we did really look at bringing these new financial engineering techniques into developing a portfolio of medical countermeasure assets that could be co-invested by both the government and industry. I do want to acknowledge again, there is no larger champion of the folks that are leading the charge in biodefense, especially in the medical countermeasure program. They are incredibly hardworking, dedicated folks, and I think what we're trying to do is ensure that they have the tools and the resources that they need to execute. Dr. Kadlec also mentioned sort of from the private sector perspective, my experience as well, this idea of being left at the altar, the false starts. The vision I have is with Charlie Brown trying to kick the football that Lucy keeps pulling away. We've got to be able to, and I've had the privilege over the last year or so in working in partnership with BARDA leaders and Dr. Kadlec and the ASPR team. Again, we've got 18 years of data, 200 companies, hundreds of products that have been processing through the pipeline. There are a number of, it is not the outliers that have struggles in these public-private partnerships. And what I'm proposing is that we really reframe the frame shift, one of the frame shifts Dr. Kadlec referred to earlier, to look at this as our biodefense industrial base. This is not a series of transactions. we have to fundamentally think about how important this manufacturing sector is, not only for our national defense, but the other I wholeheartedly agree with, viewing this sector, the biopharmaceutical sector, is not only vital to our national defense, but to our economic development and our economic security. And again, we have led. It is the pride of our nation that we have led innovation in this sector. But we've heard more than a few times today about the investments that China has made and the way that they are managing those investments. And so there's much more at stake here than defense. So I, again, would echo what Dr. Kadlec said earlier, that it's the economic security, it's the economic development. And as luck would have it, a couple of days ago, I ran into my macroeconomics professor at the airport in DC, and he's just written a book entitled, let me get this right, Jumpstarting America, How Breakthrough Science Can Revive Economic Growth and the American Dream. So I think there's really a lot, there's really something going on here, and they weren't specifically thinking about biodefense, although they did really talk about the Manhattan Project and the post-World War II infusion and focus on R&D, where our R&D investments in 1940s to 1960s was on the order of 2% of GDP, I think $400 billion. Where currently we're at 0.7% GDP, the equivalent of $240 billion. That has consequences, accumulated consequences. So what I really want to focus on is three key messages. I do feel like we are trying to fund a national defense mission with a public health mindset. And it's a dangerous combination. So we've talked about some of these tribal clashes. I know Ken Bernard was really eloquently articulated this years ago. The tribal clashes between the public health or global health community and the national defense and security domain. And we've really got to figure out how to break down that and get away from that tribalism and really toward an integrated view. But I do think from a budgeting perspective, we've really got to look at this. This is national defense. The consequences of inaction or chronic underfunding have done and accumulated, again, this is what we were able to document, accumulated damage. So if we go back to this sector, the biodefense industrial base, and think about, you know, it is not a monolith, right? So when you think about the large multinational pharmaceutical companies, Dr. Kadlec mentioned Merck and J&J, and really the extraordinary efforts they've undertaken over the past few years to develop an Ebola vaccine. And yet it is very clear that there has been harm to their companies, that the opportunity costs are significant. It's interesting because in 2004, the very first report we had to deliver to Congress was barriers to implementation of Project BioShield. And we mentioned two key issues. One was liability and the other was opportunity cost. And we largely have solved liability in the US, but opportunity cost is as much an issue today as it was back in 2004 when this program was launched. So we really need to figure out, because I don't imagine, any more than you can imagine having in a defense industrial base without a Raytheon or a Northrop. Imagine trying to do our biodefense without the large multinational pharmaceutical companies like J&J and Merck. So we do need a Manhattan Project, and we do need the WHO. So the what is the Manhattan Project? The WHO is the biodefense industrial base. We can't do it without them, and we've got to figure out a way, not just the science side, but we need a business model that is sustainable. The third point I wanted to make is the how. And this question has been asked a number of times today. You have got to have life cycle management of this mission. You cannot have the fits and starts. You have got to be able to move at the speed of science. So I was there when we conceived of what is now the Public Health Emergency Medical Countermeasures Enterprise, or FEMC. And conceptually, it's the right idea. One of the brilliant elements of General Russell's, when he was given the title of his office as the Office of Research and Development Coordination, nobody wants to be coordinated. NIH and CDC and FDA don't want to come to the Secretary's office at HHS and be coordinated. So he immediately changed the names of those meetings to the Anthrax Risk Management Meeting, the Smallpox Risk Management Meeting, and we all came to mitigate risk. And everybody came from proud cultures and had a lot to bring to the table. And I think but it has to be end-to-end planning, and ideally, it has to be concentrated budget authority. Again, this idea of having to pass the baton and assume that it's going to be seamless. I have my own personal example of managing a great scientific team at Novartis that was leading on, we've heard it referred a couple times today, an mRNA platform, the self-amplifying mRNA platform, or SAM. It was a very successful DARPA program. We tried mightily to get it integrated into the sort of next phase of development at BARDA multiple times, and it wasn't picked up, and mergers and acquisitions happen, as they do in this sector, and that brilliant team of 5 scientists then ended up in 5 different companies. So what they tell us in business school about mergers and acquisitions and value creation, there is also value destruction, and there are also setbacks. And this is a very dynamic sector, and if we don't figure out how to ensure that we, through our contracts and program management, are managing end-to-end, then we really risk losing in innovation and falling behind on these timelines. The last thing I want to really point out is to emphasize further the importance of the bioeconomy, that there is so much more at stake here than again, not that it isn't enough, that if it was only about national security, it would be enough to justify these resources if you looked at the economic impact. But to look at what is at stake, that this biotechnology drives so many of our sectors, not just health, but manufacturing and other key elements, energy, agriculture. We've heard about sort of the spillover effects of the particular investments we'd make here. We also, the 2 other things, and then I'll stop. One is metrics, right? We've got to have a metric beyond counting FDA approvals, because as Dr. Kadlec alluded to, a very successful FDA approval of a novel antimicrobial was followed on a few months later by the bankruptcy of that company. So we have got to look, again, life cycle management. If you are thinking about industrial-based policy, you have to have surety of your supply chain. And that extends for as long as you need that asset. And that supply chain is managed by that company. And if that company doesn't exist or its IP assets are sold ex-US, that is a loss, a significant loss. The last is test and evaluation. How do we know? How would we measure? If we're not testing and evaluating, it's inherent in our defense posture that we test and evaluate our assets. So if you could think about, I know we've talked about pan-flu, but think about pan-flu and what happened just this year in the 2019 seasonal flu. We had a second peak evolve. There was a second wave of flu for which we're finding out just a couple of weeks ago the vaccine provided no protection. Imagine that we had had a little bit of a heads up and had a new platform that we wanted to test. Even if we couldn't field it necessarily, to say, hey, we see this second strain coming out as a major sort of concern for this year's seasonal flu, test and evaluate those platforms. Make it interesting. Develop a challenge model where folks that have established platforms, our addiction to egg or our new FCC flu cell culture technology or recombinant or RNA platforms, all have an opportunity to respond, or the ones you didn't even see coming. Be more open in this competition and see who can do what. Seasonal flu gives the opportunity to test and evaluate every year, and we should think about that. I'll end there. Again, very much appreciate the opportunity. Look forward to the questions.
That was great. Thank you. So again, some really some conceptualization. I think that's very helpful to me. I never thought of a biodefense industrial base before, but it's a really constructive insight. Dr. Falcone, Deputy Director for Science and Technology at the famous and much appreciated Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here and delighted to talk about this Manhattan Project, largely because, as implied, I think, as you all know, we are an inheritor organization from the original Manhattan Project. And we also are an FFRDC at like one of the ones that MITRE runs. And so I don't think we are exactly non-governmental. We are a federally funded research and development corporation. We work on Center, I'm sorry, and we work on topics we're funded by and tasked by the government, but we're operated by managing and operating limited liability corporation, of which the majority member is the University of California. So excellence in science and technology has been part of it, but tied to mission. And so that kind of approach really is what has grown out of the Manhattan Project and all of its inheritor organizations. There are 17 laboratories in the Department of Energy, and not all of them, but several of the laboratories have long worked in the biodefense domain. And I would say at the outset that my colleagues and I concur with the panel about the growing risk posed by biological threats, and further concur that a more coherent and focused, mission-focused effort is warranted. I think throughout the day we've had a number of points already made about what constitutes those lessons learned from the Manhattan Project. For me, the things that I think are most important are the partnerships. We've talked about a couple of ideas of government folks and leading scientists. We, of course, are named after Ernest Orlando Lawrence, a physics professor at the University of California, Berkeley, but often acknowledged as the father of team science in the U.S. And so really part of our heritage has been bringing multidisciplinary science so that you have lots of expertise, but what is the continuing thread is the mission. How do you stay at the forefront of science, but always have an eye and deep knowledge about what the missions are? And so that's a characteristic that I think is really important. And maybe it gets at, I was interested in the phrase that Mr. Kadlec used about moving at the speed of science, because really what I think is at issue here, and it's at issue in a number of advanced technologies, but particularly in bio, where the government does not, in fact, have a large investment in the basic science and the national security mission. And so this partnership and collaboration with where the frontier is, that the government, that's not a spectator sport. So to actually be able to use and yield the knowledge from this developing technical area and understand national security implications mean you have to have on your team people that are good enough to be in those front waves. And that was true in the Manhattan Project when the physics was brand new and being developed, and it's absolutely necessary now because we don't really understand the implications, and you can't read it in journals at some later time. You've got to be a part of the mix. I was pleased also the Human Genome Project's already been mentioned. That was, our laboratory was one of the 3 DOE laboratories that really started that, and the kind of tools, again, are different kinds of disciplines, but computation and precision instrumentation. And in fact, a number of the patents and licenses that have come out of work done for the government inside our laboratory, those that yield the most licensing and revenue actually are the ones for bio discoveries that have been made over the years, including fluorescent marking and fish and a number of other things. Our work that we do today and biosciences is driven by national security missions and does greatly benefit from this multidisciplinary approach. I'd like to highlight just 2 areas that I think this research and development undertaking needs to have. I do come from a science and engineering perspective, mission-focused, and so I acknowledge that that many of the issues we've talked about already I concur with, the need for communication, the industrial base, but I really focusing on the discovery and targeting end, the 2 things that I'd like to highlight as need for prioritized attention and enhanced resources are 1, the scientific assessment in a more deliberate way of the potential deliberate bioincidents, and then 2nd, the enablement of rapid response capabilities. Both of these areas do need more research and development and should be focused on. Now, understanding the evolution of a threat is critical to mounting an effective defense. It's pretty self-evident. And so understanding the risk associated with new technologies and the scenarios in which they might be used is a grand challenge for the national security community. And in the biodomain, as already has been referenced and long studied, there, we've got a set of agents and infectious diseases, but in fact, we have the prospect of many other kinds of approaches. I mean, other kinds of infectious diseases, but also alterations in, fundamental building blocks here. And so as the National Biodefense Strategy lays out in Goal 1, they highlight key issues needing work to more clearly understand the threat from a technology perspective. So that includes assessing the security risks posed by deliberate misuse of new biotechnologies, research on preparation and dissemination methods, and risk-informed planning scenarios to facilitate capability and capacity assessments and to identify gaps. Without that, without figuring out, and we have known this now for a long time, some things are easier than other things, and some things have bigger impacts than other things. And we need to do some real focused work because that allows us to prioritize. Even if you're successful, there will always be limited resources. So we need to know what do we do first and what do we second. This does require increased and better connections between the life science community and the national security community. I think as already referenced, it's still well short of the critically important engagement that we've enjoyed since World War II over the 20th century between the physical sciences and engineering communities and the national security community. Further, the scenarios and risk assessments tend to require a facility with a wide range of scientific domains that range from biology to biotechnology, but also including high-performance computing, artificial intelligence, micro and nano fabrication approaches, advanced materials, and other related areas. It also requires continued work on how do we understand predictions and uncertainties, because things are not certain things, some things are not going to be able to be defined precisely, but there is a growing science in predictability, as actually the new OSTP director Calvin Drogemeyer talks about in recent speeches, that the science of predictability. And furthermore, given this domain, and because it's important to state that, of course, the Manhattan Project, when you use this analogy, you don't want to be walking into anything that we're only talking about defense, not offense, of course, which that was a part of the original Manhattan Project. And so such work does need careful oversight. And to be clear, it is very useful to analogize between natural, accidental, and deliberate sources of bioincidents, but in fact, in detail, they need to be studied separately. Some limited study needs to be separate. So the first recommendation I have for this effort, once you land it, is to prioritize research and development on these potential deliberate bioincidents so that we can have better risk assessment and defense strategy efforts, what really would constitute the strategy. I'll comment, I have been working in and around this area since probably the 90s, and one of the interesting things after the anthrax events, for example, was a large amount of work on detecting. And the question then comes is, like, what do you do when you detect? Do you save any lives just because you have managed from one way to turn a red light on? So this is why really understanding an end-to-end scenario is important, and not dwelling in, and because we have so many disciplines, I mean, in the anthrax scenarios, for example, it's very different sets of folks that understand about the issues of selecting a strain that can be virulent, about growing something, to dissemination, to effects on plumes and weather patterns, and then respiration. So you have a whole set of disciplines, and you're trying to answer the mission. You've got to be able to compare the uncertainties and the impact at every step, and that's what we need to do. So the second thing is, and I think we've talked a lot about this, and I think there's some knowledge about what we need to do. I'm not sure we're quite there yet, but is a rapid response capability in bringing platforms. So action here is also aligned closely with items in the National Biodefense Strategy, specifically in Goal 3. And this is really moving away from a sort of one bug, one drug approach, which I guess is memorialized in that great colored chart we saw this morning. But, you know, not surprisingly, this is a goal also from the pharmaceutical and biotechnology industries to develop rapid response capabilities, and that as a shared vision, the grand challenge can, as we've already heard about, provide a foundation for innovative public-private partnerships that could simultaneously target critical health needs, drive down healthcare costs, and importantly for a mission organization, build the scientific foundation for countering complex future biological threats. So one scientific approach to actually accelerate progress towards this goal is to apply the revolutionary advances in scientific computing and information sciences. This became clear during the Human Genome Project. So computing along with new precision instrumentation really were key enablers to get going on that. Our laboratory has been focused on applying high-performance computing and other colleague laboratories in the Department of Energy to analyze complex biomolecular systems and a set of partnerships, and I just wanted to speak to those a little bit. In the early this decade, we stepped up our efforts in computational biology and purposefully have been working on a strategy to expand partnerships with both university and industry partners. And the vision is to build a predictive biology capability. This has been embraced and it's supported by the Department of Energy. And we've had several major partnerships that have blossomed, are blossoming. In 2015, the DOE Secretary and the Director of the National Cancer Institute agreed to launch something called the Joint Design of Advanced Supercomputing Solutions for Cancer. This partnership aims to develop next-generation supercomputing technology and accelerate cancer research to enable precision medicine. And from the computing point of view, one of the reasons that we are so interested, and let me say that in the Department of Energy, we have the biggest computers in the world and the biggest computers by definition in the US right now, if measured by flops, the floating operations per unit time. The most recent list of supercomputers, half of those are in the top 10 are in the United States, but all 5 of those are in Department of Energy laboratories. And 2 of those, number 2 and number 10, are at our laboratory. We have some 25 supercomputers, and we're interested in solving problems with those supercomputers, and biology presents really interesting problems because so 2 reasons for computing. One is enormous amounts of data. How do you handle that? That's one of the real frontiers. And also continuing phenomenological models will rewrite partial differential equations about atoms moving around. So one of the great things, so first of all, this allows us to do lots of things. Machine learning and artificial intelligence coupled with writing equations or phenomenological models. That's what we use the big computers for, and bio is just now writing equations for its really big molecules, and inherently is a domain with tremendous amounts of data. And so that's why we are interested in it, from just pushing computing and using advanced computing for it. So in this program with the National Cancer Institute, we have been working on 3 pilot projects and 4 national laboratories. We have in particular been working on a molecular level project. The projects are at the molecular, preclinical, and population level domains. We've been working actually in 2 of the 3, but in particular have been developed an atomic resolution molecular dynamics simulations of RAS, an important molecule in cancer, and the dynamics of as it moves through a cell wall. And these simulations, steered by machine learning, have yielded some new ideas and some exciting publications that I can refer you to. In June of 2016, the Department of Energy and the National Cancer Institute announced the formation of a public-private partnership, which is called ATOM, which stands for Accelerating Therapeutics for Opportunities in Medicine. And the consortium founding members for that are GlaxoSmithKline, supplying data, dead drug data, and also resources, significant resources, our laboratory, the Frederick National Laboratory for Cancer Research, and the University of California, San Francisco. It now includes some additional members, industry members, including hardware manufacturer NVIDIA, as well as some other bio firms. ATOM has set its goal to transform drug discovery from a slow sequential process with a high failure rate because of the need to take molecules and do experiments to starting to do more of that inside the computer. So you can, and with really big computers, you can do that a lot. The consortium is integrating high-performance computing, diverse biological data, and emerging biotechnologies to create a new pre-competitive platform for drug discovery. Our molecular optimization there can target drug efficacy, safety, and pharmacology in parallel, and we can do very rapid design cycles with thousands of iteration per day. And finally, in a third partnership, DOE Secretary Perry has been championing an effort to partner with the Veterans Administration along with University of California, San Francisco to address traumatic brain injury. And so scientists are in a set of laboratories are beginning to analyze some of the largest and most complex TBI, traumatic brain injury patient data that are collected. And the analysis is with state-of-the-art artificial intelligence-based technologies and the state-of-art computing resources. One of the things that has the glimmer of hope, we're starting to move some of the analyses of the MRI data and the like and genomic data from being purely research to being able to be computed fast enough to be able to be applied clinically. Because one of the things about TBI is there's not really a scientific basis or metrics to assign diagnoses about mild, medium, or severe concussion when people come in. And so really being able to take these measurements and do the data processing so that the clinician can then have that data within 24 hours and then begin to have more measures. So each of these projects is delivering results via collaboration and work at the frontier of discovery. They really are part of this wave of bringing converging technologies, but they are also exemplars of the kind of work that's needed to get to a truly rapid response capability. So that's my second recommendation, that a national research and development structure to bring broad economic health and national security benefits for the nation, administration, and the American people, and concur with your desire to form a new research and development undertaking that's structured for excellence, brings national security perspectives and a strong ethos of partnering and collaboration to address this important challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Falcone. That was a very impressive report on what's happening at Lawrence Livermore. Thank you. Dr. Kosaraju, thank you for being here. Dr. Kosaraju is the president and co-founder of Varian Bio, previously at SIGA Technologies, former special assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Health Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the esteemed panel, to my other panel members who had some really excellent ideas and comments, and to Asha for her tireless efforts on this panel. You all have done tremendous work, and I've had the privilege of being a part of this community from a few different perspectives, and would love to share a few lessons learned from each of those perspectives. So coming out of actually undergrad, I knew I wanted to work at this intersection of medicine and innovation to help further our nation's security and global health. 9/11 had happened, I think, right after my junior year of college. and it was a firebrand for new innovation, new activity, that kind of mission that you're really looking for when you're a young upstart looking for what you want to do with your life. So I had the privilege of going to medical school and deciding very soon after to go work in the Pentagon for the Assistant Secretary. His name was Dr. Ward Cassells, and he was an entrepreneur himself. So I got this very kind of privileged view of what the government could be. He would just sort of take his initiatives and turn them into action. He started some of the first telemedicine initiatives at DoD. He did a great deal of work in biosurveillance, trying to harmonize the VA and DoD, and also worked very closely with CDC on new infectious disease efforts. So I think I got kind of a Pollyanna-ish view of everything the government can do and how it's working correctly. As soon as I got out of that role, I was helping to grow a company called SIGA. That's a very traditional biodefense company, so we worked in partnership with NIH and BARDA at the inception of BARDA to develop the first antiviral for smallpox that's now in the national stockpile. That was a tremendous experience and also a tremendously difficult experience. I know this panel, having gone to many of your meetings in the past, has been barraged with recommendations for how to improve sustainability, the regulatory frameworks, international stockpiling. I won't belabor some of those points. But I think actually from the outside, I was able to much more clearly see some of the inefficiencies and sort of some of the major gaping holes in working with the government. And just to touch on a few of those, and also at the end of the day, though, we did create an innovation, a true innovation in biodefense. So it works. It just requires patience, time, and I think teams that are able to both be innovative but also be patient. So I think it's a niche that I think could be scaled much more easily with some relatively minor tweaks. So in terms of the lessons learned from that experience, I just want to focus on three. One is sustainability. So again, you've heard this a number of times, but for us, for SIGA, the sustainable funding source of Project BioShield was invaluable. It provided a simple message to investors, and I wouldn't underestimate how little many investors will really pay attention to the details. So the idea that we can just say that there is a $5.6 billion fund and that it's a 10-year fund was enough certainty for them to put more dollars behind our company. At the end of the day, in fact, the procurement funding had sound bites to really explain that there is a government commitment. The second piece in terms of sustainability is that you have to have companies that not only have one success, but have multiple successes. So I think what we saw with SIGA is that even though it was a tremendous success in the industry, we had an FDA approval, we had a major procurement contract. What we found was that our stock would often go down when a major success had happened, because I think the feeling was, well, what happens next? And I know you've heard this a number of times. We had a follow-on contract, thankfully, and I think that the company again ended up being one of the more privileged and lucky companies in the space. But I think you have to have more companies and more examples of that kind of not single shot, single molecule kind of success. You need multiple successes within individual companies. And then the third thing I'll mention is on the regulatory side, we did get through to an FDA approval, but I think there was a lot of learning along the way. Thankfully, we had tremendous leaders like Lou Borio at the FDA that were willing to cut through a lot of process to really help companies get to the finish line. That type of leadership, I think, has only increased, and I think the FDA, almost more so than any other agency, has really evolved to work with companies better in this space. The final thing I'll mention is in terms of global health and biodefense. So we tried tirelessly for 8 years to build global stockpiles of our drug, of TPOXX for smallpox. And there are many other companies in our space, once they got an FDA approval or once they had stockpiled drug, were trying to do the same thing. And I would say there still hasn't been a major success story. internationally. And I would have two recommendations there that, in our experience, could have helped. One is regulatory harmonization. So because we have this EUA process, and then ultimately you get an FDA approval, but you can be stockpiled using a EUA-able type of FDA regulatory authority, it's a little confusing, I think, for many foreign governments. And so to explain to a foreign government that our drug is stockpiled, but it's not yet FDA approved, they don't really take that as enough for them to stockpile the drug themselves. So I think a little clearer communication on how to harmonize regulatory standards could be a major bottleneck that's overcome in international stockpiling. And then the second piece is doing more joint stockpiling. I think Dr. Kadlec mentioned foreign military sales. There are other examples where you can have countries come together. I know in the flu space, there was more of that activity around H1N1. And I think in biodefense, there still could be more pilot projects that really show that model in action. So those were a few lessons learned from working in the biodefense space. As soon as my company got our FDA approval, I had always had this. I did my undergrad at Stanford, and I just had this entrepreneurial bug that I think was even furthered by having worked with an entrepreneur in the government. So I was talking to venture capital firms, knowing that I wanted to start my own company. And the first thing I mentioned was my current role, that it was a public-private partnership, this incredible governmental enterprise, and I would immediately be greeted with eye rolls. The sort of immediate fatigue of, well, that sounds really interesting, and good for you that you've been doing mission-oriented work. But to really sell, getting these venture capital firms to want to engage, not just in this space, but with an individual who spent a lot of time in government, was challenging. Ultimately, what ended up working was creating a commercial model for a new company with biodefense applications. So instead of having a company that was really predominantly biodefense focused, we iterated over the years and then came up with a commercial model. So my current company is called Variant Bio. I'm so glad we mentioned the Human Genome Project and some of the work in computational biology. So this is a genomics company, and we are searching the globe for individuals, populations that are outliers for traits of medical relevance. So in the biodefense and emerging infectious disease space, one great example is populations that have been found that have a mutation in the CCR5 gene. That confers resistance to HIV, and it's a natural resistance that was found in some Northern European and African populations. What we're trying to do is take that idea, take that model, scale it, and look for populations and individuals that have these sort of natural resistances and create new therapeutics. So the idea, again, is much more broad. It's much more commercial with a biodefense application. That is an easy sell across industry. And I'm not necessarily recommending that that's how you build a biodefense enterprise, but it's more a commentary, I think, on where the investor community is with this space. And I think a couple of things that could help in terms of pulling them in. I loved what Max had to say about kind of going to the thought leaders, creating your ambassadors, and really having them then go back to the communities and sort of evangelize for what good work the government is doing. I think the other piece of this is really bringing folks in who, I often see the same few people representing sort of quote-unquote startups or the entrepreneurial space that already have a fair amount of government know-how. I think that we could do a better job of really going out to the community in less accessible formats. So, for example, now the government has often representation at meetings like J.P. Morgan's healthcare conference, but you don't often see as much representation at South by Southwest or have the BARDA director do a TEDx conference or really make this fun, exciting, nimble, youthful. One of the most, I would say, existential crisis I had in terms of going from more the governmental space to startups was realizing that I'm by far the oldest person in the room now. And I think there is something to, if you have a panel of entrepreneurs that are advising the government, if it's a number of older individuals who have started a couple companies and are now in, a later stage in their career. I think that's not necessarily where you want to go. You want to go for the 20-somethings and the 30-somethings that are really going to be the next wave, because it's so much easier to work with those folks, tap into the mission orientation that many of these entrepreneurs already have. I think that is a stereotype that is abundantly true, that if you're working with current day younger entrepreneurs, they want a mission. They want the innovation to be serving a larger purpose. So I feel like it's ripe for many of these individuals to have some kind of government interaction, whether it's through a part-time fellowship or a secondment for a couple months. I don't think you'll be able to find many really kind of disruptive entrepreneurs that will go into the government and survive for very long, but I do think you can find these programs and other ways to make it an add-on, an addendum, another way to drive forward their mission.
You may be relieved to know you're not the oldest person in this room.
Yeah, I agree. When you said that, I could feel your pain. But it's good to be here. So, anyway, thank you all. I wonder if you want to add anything more about the lessons you learned during your time at SIGA, working with the federal government to develop smallpox vaccine, in the sense of what didn't work that we should be trying to change to make it easier for private companies to make the contribution they want to make?
So I think it's a tough question because it depends on where the company is. So I would say early on in the company's development, there was a sort of question of, I think we felt that there wasn't as much transparency. What is the actual requirement for a smallpox antiviral? And I think that piece of it we increasingly realized was not going to be something that we would get consistently. So we would look at different sources, and then one RFP would say, 12 million courses, another would say 1.7 million, and we would try to really, pin down like what the actual requirement is. I think what we realized over time is that as leadership changed, as budgets changed, potentially the requirement was changing, and we would maybe not be notified of those kinds of changes. So I think that level of transparency is really needed, because if you are ramping up your manufacturing capability, you need to know to what level that's going to be. And I realize that you have to have like a competitive marketplace and all of that, but I think that you need to know if you're working with a government partner, that you're giving them information, but they're giving you information back. So I think there was that piece. The second challenge that we in particular had was on the regulatory side. There was a number of FDA guidances that were changing as we were developing our drug. I think that problem has since been solved because we were one of the first movers in the space. So for example, we had to double our dose of the drug that had already been stockpiled because of a requirement for the level of efficacy you need to show in animal models. I think that seemed to be a small issue for the government that turned into an enormous issue for a company. So I think that those sort of moving of the goalpost, especially on the regulatory side, can potentially shut down a company, because you have a certain amount of runway and you have to really plan every single month on your Gantt charts. So the transparency piece, I think the regulatory standardization were our two biggest challenges. And then the third piece, which was mentioned earlier, was just the investor confidence. So I think that there's a few ways that you can build that confidence. One is by having these large pots of money that are sustainable and that show no sort of wavering in confidence on the government side. But I also think that having other companies in the space that are successful that you can show as examples. I think this is one of those industries where all ships should and can rise. And it's too small of a space for it to be all that competitive. So I think we would really revel in the successes of other companies in our space. But unfortunately, I think that there were too few of them to really uphold as great examples.
Okay, those are good suggestions. What about the related but more general question of how do we more successfully involve private companies in solving the bio threat problem? In other words, when we talk about a Manhattan Project, we're talking about more money through the federal government. We're talking about better coordination of effort. Those are a couple of the lessons in addition to the ones you all talked about from the Manhattan Project. But then there is this question of how do we engage the private sector, particularly when sometimes the market doesn't reward, doesn't incentivize the kind of investment and product development that the nation needs for, well, medical countermeasures, vaccines maybe. Did you want to?
Sure,
Dr.
Senator
Mansour?
Lieberman, yeah, if I could lead in on that and follow up also, Kayla is really elegant and exquisite in her remarks, but just to add on some of the private sector perspectives that I had at Novartis that I think complement in many ways some of the remarks she made. And this has been said for almost a decade now, this idea of tell us what your requirements are, right? Because if you're in the private sector, or you're in this biotech, biopharma space, there's basically three fundamental questions that they teach you. Number one, is there an unmet medical need? Number two, is there a market? Somebody willing to pay for the product you'll develop?
Right.
And three, can you be competitive in that space? And that's how this industry it's sort of that simple at some level. So when you go to investors or when you go to your CEO, and I was leader of a business unit and I was competing against other business units in the division, you know, again, everybody has finite resources. They want to know how to deploy those resources to get a reasonable return. And there are multiple factors. It's not just maximizing return necessarily. There are other factors that would determine whether or not, we heard company after company when I went to interview them, they are not looking for blockbusters from the U.S. government, but they are looking for a reasonable return on their investment. Again, they have fiduciary responsibilities and accountabilities to their shareholders and to their boards. And that's not unreasonable. Again, we, the U.S. government, need them much more than they need us. They have many other opportunities to deploy their technologies. And I think this whole concept of dual use that Akila brought up, you drive it on a commercial, the technology on a commercial platform, and we hear the U.S. government talking a lot now about platforms. But again, I would go back to ask, do we have a business model for that? How would you justify deploying that platform that has a high probability of viability in a commercial space and ask for any component of that platform, that capability, to be redirected to a less attractive space? It's not impossible, but I would sort of talk about the example we had at Novartis with H7N9. So for folks that recall Easter Sunday 2013, there was a new strain of flu that we had never seen before. It seemed to be highly lethal. It had all the sort of signals of being a potential pandemic. And that's one thing about pandemics. You don't know, what those signals are that would then force a decision to develop a capability, develop a product. So in this case, we had a platform. We made flu vaccines. We had commercial customers to deliver to make sure that kids had their flu vaccines in the fall and the elderly and the rest of the population. So we had customers, we had contracts. And then this new H7N9 strain emerges, and hard decisions have to be made. And to BARDA's credit at the time, they ran it like a pandemic drill. They said, this might be the next big one. This might be, our 1918 happening in 2013. And hard decisions had to be made because, again, you're asking to deploy assets to break contracts with commercial customers in order for that platform then to make a biodefense product. The one thing I will say that has got to be fixed from a private sector perspective is contracting, because time is money. And so this whole concept of non-dilutional funding, time dilutes that money. And if you're a small biotech with cash flow issues, and many, many, many of the partners in the biodefense portfolio are at significant risk of default and are managing cash flow on a monthly basis, time could be death. delays could be death. In large companies, there are opportunity costs. Time is money, and that has got to be reconciled somehow, because commercial contracting looks nothing like government contracting. And importantly, in the new authorities that are provided under the reauthorization of the Pandemic and All Hazards Preparedness Act, or Innovation Act, that was passed last month, there are some very interesting new other transaction authorities that are provided to this mission space that should be looked at very hard and considered, because they do allow non-FAR-based contracts that allow commitments to be made for acquisition under these OTs. And so, again, it warrants closer look, because contracting it can be paralyzing, and just one more reason to cause investors to be drawn away from the space.
Helpful, very. Thank you, Jim.
Dr. Mansour, you've done a lot of work on supply chain issues, and we've talked a lot today about universal vaccine, the idea of a universal vaccine. Could you comment on what would be the challenges in terms of supply chain for us to succeed in that regard?
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you, Representative Greenwood. The one thing I would mention in thinking about supply chain, because there's been a real awakening on the defense side about the vital need to attend to supply chains, and I would draw people's attention to Executive Order 13806. It was issued in July 2017. There was a report issued about the same time that the National Biodefense Strategy was released. And it really focuses on our defense manufacturing industrial base and supply chain resiliency. So to answer your question, the concept of universal flu vaccine, again, we really need to think this through at a systems level, because if we're talking about this concept of having, at one extreme we talk about a single vaccine for life. So one of the intended or unintended consequences of that is that our entire manufacturing infrastructure for making flu vaccines would arguably go away. There would be no justification to maintain capacity to vaccinate what we vaccinate 140, 150 million people every year. So what happens to that? What if that universal flu vaccine doesn't protect against the pandemic strain and we've lost all of that infrastructure? So I think that's one, talking about supply chain, what we have to consider. Another supply chain consideration for flu vaccines, of course, is it's not just the antigen or the adjuvant. It's not just the manufacturing facility and the supply chains within that footprint. It's the needles, it's the vials, and I think we're finding out some very difficult lessons about how our dependencies ex-US are for all of those ancillary supplies. And again, if you look at a systems level, if it's any one of those elements that is required to get that individual bioshield, if you will, that vaccine that will give the host the immunity it needs to protect against that, any shortcoming in that supply chain will lead to that inability to administer that vaccine. So I think, and I know there's people working hard to understand, especially with escalating trade concerns, that every element of our supply chain for this medical countermeasure enterprise needs to be considered.
Thank you. Dr. Falcone, this whole idea of a Manhattan Project for biodefense is a pretty new idea that this panel has been working with. And it occurs to me that even if Congress woke up tomorrow and said, oh, yeah, great idea, let's do it, how much do you need, and gave us a blank check, we still have to think about, so what does it look like? Is it a virtual Manhattan Project? Does everybody sort of stay put? Is it just a sort of governmental reorg and then ways to bring in the private sector? One thing that occurred to me listening to you is that I guess Department of Energy has something like, 17 labs? I'm wondering if the national laboratory would be an appropriate model for a Manhattan Project for biodefense. Probably not within the Department of Energy. Maybe it would be the first HHS national lab or combination HHS Department of Defense, whatever it is. Just in terms of the strengths and weaknesses of the structure of a national lab, where even in this day and age, I would think that actually putting people in the same building and interacting and bringing the private sector in might be a very efficient way to develop the intensity and the urgency and the collaborations that would be necessary to do this. What do you think about that?
Well, let's see. First of all, I do think there's something to be said for aggregating people. So in our ATOM partnership, we do have physical space that all the partners have people working together in space in Mission Bay and San Francisco in, commercial building, but it's leased from the University of California, San Francisco as one partner. So there's an excitement about having people together. That said, I think we all do science in a more virtual way. The Department of Energy runs a lot of user scientific facilities, for example, and many, including being partners with NSF on telescopes, but many of those can be operated remotely so that even if you're an experimentalist, once you've set up your experiment, you can be taking data remotely. So I do think there's sort of a network idea. Now, the fact is, for national security, it's of course a little more difficult when you're doing classified work to have that be virtual. But having said that, we do have classified networks, and progress has been made there. So I think maybe it's a hub and spoke, and you might have multiple hubs. But I do think that making deep partnerships takes doing real work. And I think that's the problem about underfunding, is that we often have enough funding to get together to have meetings to talk about working together, but we don't actually get enough money to do real work. And it's in the doing the real work that you deepen those partnerships. And so I think it's better. First of all, we need real money, and then we need to do real work, and you have to have real partners in there that all have skin in the game. But people, these organizations, all of us have our own, they're not just disciplinary cultures, there's organizational cultures. And so it's been interesting to me, I sit on the board of some of these efforts, just watching, even after we get to the signed agreement, as we undertake to do a research plan and to execute a research plan, that you are working to bring that team together across these cultural barriers. So the management of this is this enterprise that you're thinking about, I think, has to be purposeful. And one of the problems is that we sometimes weight down the management. I mean, I think it needs to be purposeful. I think it needs to be very mission focused. But what that means is that the leaders have got to be able to make those regular risk assessments about, here's where we're trying to go, what is our biggest impediment at this point, and then sort of putting the team to eliminate the biggest impediments, not to just hand out money and say, everybody do this and we'll just meet to talk, right? We're really trying to understand all these pieces. Everybody's got to be on the team. Lots of different things will go on, but your management's got to be able to modify things in the goal of getting to the mission. So it's important how it's set up. It's important that it is above critical mass. And I think, though, that, it'll be a hub and spoke, because we have capabilities everywhere, and that's just the way it's done. But to some extent, you do need to have some co-location. So it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Thank you. Dr. Kisaraju, thank you, by the way, for being one of BIO's newer dues-paying members.
You're welcome.
Good to have you. There's been, in the biopharmaceutical industry, there's been a lot of talk for a long time about pre-competitive working together. The theory being that, you have all these different companies out there, might be working on the same disease. There's duplicative work being done because one can't see into, there's no transparency between company to company, and maybe we're missing the opportunity to find some great cure to a disease because this company has this piece and this company has this piece, and if you all got together, you could solve the problem. But it always does. There's always the confounding issue of, well, then how do we, after we pre-competitively get together, how do we then zoom back to our companies and start competing, and who has the IP and all of that? So thinking about this space, I'd love to hear what you think about that, because whether it's a universal vaccine or whether it's a particular countermeasure for a bioterror event or treatment of some disease, how can you imagine that working so that all of the private sector companies would in fact be incentivized to absolutely be forthcoming, to not hold anything back, waiting to get some little competitive edge when the time comes for them to go back and start competing.
So I think it's, again, one where if we had examples that we could look at to say, if I'm looking at it from the company perspective, like, okay, it worked in this scenario, and these companies still made money and they still generated returns based on this model. I think that's one element. So seeing a model that works is always the most powerful way. I think the second thing I would say is that from my previous company perspective, my own perspective, is that that's something we probably would have done on the side, but not necessarily for our main kind of lead candidate. Because I think what you want to do is you want to maximize return on the part of your portfolio that you're the most confident about. And then I think
investors demand that.
Absolutely, yeah. And then I think the things that are sort of add-ons that aren't core to your business model, you're willing to be more creative, just in terms of the business model itself. And in terms of science, of course, you're creative across your portfolio. So I think that is something that if it weren't the core piece of a company's mission, it would be more likely. Because then you can also gain a network that ultimately maybe you would be doing business development deals with some of those co-developers. There's sort of auxiliary benefits to working with other companies on one product, and then maybe eventually you start to get to know them and work on another product together. So that's my immediate perspective, just because I think the IP is very tricky. And then also, how do you, adequately divide up the returns? And again, it'd be very interesting, I think, to show off a model of that working to drive that model.
Because that's what I've been thinking about, whether there is a different model that could be used here, whether it would, and I don't know what it would look like, but where you could actually figure out, okay, so we co-own we collectively, 5 companies, develop something, and we get a patent, we co-own the patent, and then we divide the returns and so forth. And how do you make sure everybody's pulling their weight and all? It's a very difficult problem. I think it's one that's well worth sort of brainstorming.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that the 2 examples I can think of where this kind of thing worked very well is when you have an extreme time constraint, like the NASA examples. And then, an infectious disease with HIV, there were industry was working hand in hand with the government. Whether those industry players were really sharing IP and really coming to the table with their own trade secrets, I'm not sure. But there would have to be a way where you tell companies up front that your IP is your IP, your profits are your profits, and I don't know how exactly you'd put those puzzle pieces
Or you
together.
do a prize. You'd say there's going to be a $500 million prize for this, and you guys are going to divide it up 5 ways or something.
Yeah.
Well, but with the democratization of technology, the profit models may be different. So I think some of these platform technologies might well be open source. Certainly, we believe in software. There'd be more open source. So the company will could build, on top of this shared work that comes in from the shared pre-competitive. So if you were part of the group that joined in that pre-competitive process, so an example in microelectronics is the Sematech effort. And what's interesting with that, of course, that had a long run and then kind of came apart, but there are a set of industries, including it led by Intel, that are back working together and doing some pre-competitive research in a slightly different group. So there are models, but I also think that some of the things that, now I don't have the industry experience, but where not everything is going to be as private. I think that open source software and platforms may well be more available.
Thank you. When I was in the Senate, I would occasionally say that I was a senator, but my wife was the commander-in-chief. Now, I mention this because I got an email from my wife telling me she's outside in a car waiting for us to go to the airport. And we're going away for the weekend, all of which is to explain, with apologies, that I have to leave before I yield to Ken. I want to say I think this has been a really productive, stimulating day. And we've really we've sort of launched a new phase, I think, of our work. We put an idea out there, and the witnesses have really helped us feel, I think, that there's something to it, and you've helped us also begin to think, as this panel has, of how to actually put flesh on the bones of this idea. So I thank all of you very much. I thank my colleagues, both official and ex-official, and I thank Asha, George, who really put together a remarkable group of witnesses who care enough about this and respond enough to her to come. Yes? Ken does not have any questions to the exit yet?
You wouldn't believe it, but your wife just emailed me.
No more?
Yeah, we all got it.
You got no questions? All right, that's all she wrote. I think with the power invested in me and with your approval.
I have one thing to say.
Go ahead.
That's all right, sir.
Go ahead.
And okay with your
Please,
wife. I
yes.
just wanted to point out that this last panel today is the first panel that's all female that we've had since we started the panel.
Hear,
So
hear.
really
Hey.
And I might add, we
the
haven't
last.
had a better panel since we started out. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you all for spending the day with us. Take care.
I was worried about getting to the airport.
Me too. Tell Monique that the universal flu vaccine.